grants you profound power which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness, a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe. There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality, and you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever-evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world. Then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity, because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one. They're not separate. They are inseparable. and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether, you could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. Energy, it's 0-point energy, and it is an infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all-pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind, when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teaches you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes, the language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious, we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is, instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, if you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. What if I told you you don't have one body? You in fact have four. There's a secret hidden right in front of you, and most of you overlook it. And by learning these teachings today, this will change your perspective on life, on yourself, and completely change the conception of yourself. This is the key to your highest potential. If you stay with me today, you will find secrets about yourself that will change your life. But I warn you, once you step this path of esoteric knowledge, there's no going back. Once you see, you can't unsee. So stay with me, and we will discuss the four bodies of your soul and how you can master yourself to reach your highest potential. The first thing we must understand is that there is a sun. And just like the sun gives life to the earth, there is this life force within the sun that gives life to all matter. We must understand that matter itself is dead. It has no life potential. It has no ability to create or destruct anything. All of the life comes from above, from the sun, from the life-giving power of this infinite energy source we call the sun. No matter what model you believe, the sun still gives power to this physical realm, giving life to all of the crops, giving life to animals, giving life and growth to all things that the rays come in contact with. This is a macrocosm process. We must understand the teachings of as above, so below. This means that the macrocosm repeats itself in a microcosm form. Now, what do I mean? Humans are made in the image and likeness of God. You are a miniature version of God, a spark of the divine consciousness made in human form, in physical form. Just like the sun gives life to all physical matter and growth to all crops on the earth, your soul is a miniature sun. And your soul is giving life to the body. Your body is a miniature earth, which also goes through the cycles of the 4 seasons of the sun. We feel different in each one of these seasons. It's because our body does not only go through these cycles externally, but these cycles happen within ourselves, within consciousness. Your soul is the sun. The sun you see in the sky is an externalization of your soul. Your soul is the life force. You are the soul, not the body. And like the sun gives power to the earth, the soul gives power to your body. So first, let's look at the etymology of the word sun. The word sun comes from it's a Latin word solis or sol, which means the sun. Sol then became soul, sun, soul. And in fact, S-O-N and S-U-N in the old etymology dictionary mean the exact same thing. They are interchangeable. So when we look at the symbol of the sun, we look at a circle and a cross, which represent the 4 aspects of the sun, the 4 seasons of the sun: summer, winter, spring, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the sun. Like we said, this is why we get this symbol. You have the 4 states of the sun, which represent the 4 bodies of the soul. Now, this is where we get deep. Like I said, the sun you see in the sky is a macrocosm of your soul, an externalization of your soul. Just like your sun has 4 seasons, the 4 seasons within us are the 4 bodies. Our soul is incarnated and split into 4 sections. We have a mind, we have a physical body, emotions, and spirit. These are all interchangeable and they are all linked. In ancient alchemy, we have the exact same symbolism of the 4 stages of alchemy. But in this case, they're symbolized as the 4 elements: earth, water, air, fire. In this ancient alchemical symbol, we have the pentagram, with the top one representing the soul, ether. Our soul then has the 4 bodies, with the human here. We have the man, the eagle, the bull, and the lion. We see this on the tarot card, the Wheel of Fortune. The man, the eagle, the bull, the lion. We see this in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The lion, the bull, the man, and the eagle. We see this with depictions of Jesus. Jesus, the man, the bull, the lion, and the eagle. These represent the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac: Taurus, the bull; Scorpio, the eagle. Scorpio was symbolized as an eagle. It's an ancient symbol. Now it's been changed to a scorpion, of course. Leo, the lion; Aquarius, the man. These represent the 4 fixed signs, which are 4 different elements. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio, a water sign. Leo, a fire sign. Aquarius, an air sign. Taurus is the earth. As above, so below. The earth is the physical body. Leo is fire. Fire is the spirit. Scorpio is water, which is the emotions. Aquarius is the mind, which is an air symbol. Air is the mind. That's why we call people airheads. Okay? So what we're actually looking at here are the 4 aspects of our soul. We have the sun in the middle and the 4 bodies of the soul. This is what Jesus is symbolizing. Jesus represents you. God made flesh with the 4 aspects of the soul. The 4 gospels are all depicting Jesus in 4 different ways according to the different body of consciousness. The Wheel of Fortune are representing the 4 bodies of the soul. This represents the 4 bodies. Now, how are they 4 bodies? They are 4 dimensions of consciousness. The mind is not made of the same substance of the emotion. The emotion is not made of the same substance of the physical body. The spirit is not made of the same substance as the physical body also. They exist in 4 dimensions of consciousness. They are 4 bodies of our soul. And the most important teaching here is what I'm actually getting to, is the powerful one. This is what gives you power. Most of us live in chaos. Our mind is thinking of doing something. Our emotions are feeling something else. Our body is lusting and wanting to do something else. And our spirit's energy is completely off. Most people live in unbalance. None of these four bodies are working together. This is why we produce chaos in our lives. When these bodies are in balance, are not working together. So in alchemy, they symbolize the four elements, which are the four bodies of consciousness. These are the furnaces with the fire. They represent transmutation of each body. We have to sync these bodies. We have to sync the mind with our emotions, and our emotions with our actions, the physical body, and with our spirit. These four key bodies need to be in line in order for us to create consciously in our life. Because each one of us is a creator, a miniature version of God, creating our own earth, creating our own material reality. And in order for us to create consciously and with effect and power, we must have these bodies unified so that we can create consciously and not create chaos. So this is very, very important. And this is a secret teaching found in all ancient societies. But this is what the hidden symbolism of astrology actually is. The sun is our soul, and the 12 zodiacs are 12 aspects of our soul. And we have the 4 aspects of the 4 main bodies. This is what we're looking at. We're not looking at the sky. We're actually looking at aspects of ourselves, aspects of our soul that we must master and transmute in order to become our highest potential. So I hope this makes sense. And it may take a while for you to fully understand this, but the key knowledge in order for you to understand any of these teachings that I've gone through today is the major teaching of as above, so below. What is above is below. What is within is without. Your inner reality projects the outer reality. What is inside of you is outside of you in some form or way. Whatever trees, whatever roots that go down will always shoot up. When you throw a bouncing ball, you shoot it down, it will go up. As above, so below. As within, so without. God did not make us a creation separate from himself. We are all extensions of the divine made in physical form. And we are incarnated into 4 sections. Our soul is separated into 4 sections. These are the 4 corners of reality. These are the 4 pillars of reality that we must control. So in order to access our soul in meditation, we must turn off these 4 things. Turn off the mind, the emotion, the spirit, and the body. And then we access the soul. So I hope this video helps today. And you can learn all about this in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is a revolution in consciousness. I do not recommend everyone reads this book. This book is only for people who are serious and want to transform their lives. This book is a book that will change the scope you see reality. It will change your perspective on yourself because you will resonate with this. This book does not just give you information. It gives you a sense of well-being. It gives you truth, and you will find your power from this information. This information is not just information, it's a key to your path of enlightenment and transformation. So you can find this book in the description of this video. And if you are part of the university, I will see you on the live calls. Thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, subscribe, and a comment, and let me know whatever videos you want me to make next. Anything that you fail to understand or have any confusion with, I can make a video on it. So let me know in the comment section any reviews or anything I should do. Thank you all, people. Have a great day. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay, so today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. it is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, when I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay? So the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and the soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world, okay? And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe, okay? And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay? So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay? We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this, okay? And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve, and this is sexual energy. Okay, as we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body, and we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay? So, as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow and create. Because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. It talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion. She's the sexual desire. And Adam eats it. He releases. He misuses the power of his creation. He misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural, okay? As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil, okay? And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, "For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." This is very, very, very symbolic. We come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil, okay? And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing, of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting, okay? Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. And that's called the Kundalini awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes, the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, but this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay, so please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university. If you join, I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course, which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gain some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these 3 aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner world, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just 2 characters which represent the 2 voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
There we go. So, yeah, weed can be used for good and it can be used for bad. You can use it to enter deep states of meditation. You can use it to become lazy. If you smoke it every day, you will become lazy and you will shut yourself off from things that you need to address. So you don't want to use it to escape. Okay, so don't escape. Don't use anything to escape your own mind. You must face it. Okay, so what was the next one? What age did you start talking about this stuff, learning about this stuff? It was quite young, to be honest. I started learning deeply into the occult and esoteric about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But before that, I've been always into like conspiracies and stuff like that. So that's mainly what it was. Mainly, that's how I kind of got into it, by looking into conspiracies. What do you think about manifesting? You're always manifesting. Your thoughts are always being brought into physical existence. That's basically what it is. You're using thought energy into physical reality, and that's how everything is manifested. The phone you are holding, the laptop that you're using, the book you're reading, where did these things all begin? They began in the invisible realms of mind. Everything stems from mind. The world you see around you is in the mind of God. We live in a mental universe. Everything is mental. So this is why you need to be careful of what you hear, what you see, what you smell, because everything you take in is molding your mind. The words you say mold your mind. And whatever you mold your mind to, you mold your circumstances to, your life. So your life is basically a result of every thought you thought in the past. So you change your thoughts, and further enough down the line, you'll change your external reality. Your life is a mirror of your mind. It's your mind pushed outwards. So if you fill your mind with negative music, talking about drugs, sex, you're going to fill your life with that. You become the music you listen to. You become what you listen to, because everything affects your mental state. So essentially, it's all about looking after your mind, keeping a pure mind and a pure heart. That's how you truly manifest the desired reality. But people aren't manifesting properly because they're wasting their mental energy. They're wasting their life force energy on low level pleasures like food, lust, yes, like chasing after low level pleasures. When you start to master yourself and you master your mind, your body, and your emotions, once you start to master this, you're no longer wasting energy on these low level pleasures. So when you waste energy on low level pleasures, and you stop, once you stop doing that, you have then opened up more mental capacity for you to direct this energy into a certain aspect of your life. So this is why it's so important to master your consciousness, master your mind, master your emotions, because you're wasting energy, which could be used for success. It could be used for anything to be created in your life. So that's a big part. So all of it comes together. What was the next one? Do you do Q&A in Ethereal University? Yes, we do. We do Q&As. This is all part of the university. Everything you see, you should see what you get. So in the university, you get the Manifestation Mastery course, which tells you everything about your mind, how to create your own reality, how you can gain the dream life you want. We have a real lectures section where there's like over 50 lectures. New lectures are posted every week. We have a community and live calls and Q&A, and a library. So the library is another where you get all of my books plus 45 other occult rare books, and you get updates. So that's what's inside of the university. What was the next question? Do you have an account in Spanish? I have affiliates in Spanish, yes. What's your thoughts on white people not being natural to this planet? We don't live on a planet. We live you live inside of your body. Your body is a piece of organic technology. Your body produces this reality that you're experiencing. Now, what do I mean? Without your brain, you can't be in this reality. So your body is producing this world. Your body is the earth. Your body is the universe. You are God. You are consciousness. The body is the earth, simulating this reality to your consciousness. So when it comes to your body, it does not matter where you are from. You are the same consciousness. The same consciousness in me is the same consciousness in the rabbit, in the dog, or the so-called melanated person. We are all the exact same consciousness. And once you understand this, once you start to realize that you are not this body is literally just a piece of technology. It's a character you're playing. It's not you. You are the I am. Every single one of us refers to ourselves as I, because I is the all-seeing I, the all-seeing eye of consciousness. This is where we all come from. So you have divine consciousness, then above us is the stars, then you have man. Now, man is very important because man is made in the image of God. We have the ability to expand our consciousness. We have the ability to move above our instinctual survival mode. Now, what do I mean? Animals are stuck in survival. They use their creative ability, because we all have the ability to bring thought into physical reality. Animals only use this creative power of mind to survive. But humans can surpass this. And this is everything I teach is about getting out of the lower self, getting out of the animal self. And once you conquer this animal self, this lower mind that wants the food, the money, the fame, the power, and sex, once you destroy this lower self, you then have the ability to expand your consciousness to understand very complex things. So humans possess the ability to know God and know the secrets of the universe. This is why humans are so important. This is why humans are made in the image of God. We can expand our minds into infinite fields of knowledge. Now, the mind cannot be filled. It is not a physical thing. It exists beyond time and space and matter. The mind isn't made out of atoms. Thoughts are not made out of atoms. So the mind can infinitely expand into new fields of knowledge, new fields of thought, far beyond the current field of thought that you are in now. But the universe is completely mental. And once you completely understand that, you'll see what I'm saying. Some people might not see what I'm saying because their mind will not, have that understanding, but some people will understand. How to activate your pineal gland. Your pineal gland, well, your third eye is your mind. It's not your pineal gland. So your mind is the third eye. Your consciousness is the eye, the third eye. It's not the pineal gland. So the pineal gland is like a radio receiver for your consciousness, for the mind. So when the pineal gland is obviously attacked through the food and the water that we drink. Hold on, let me just open the window. So when it's attacked, it becomes weaker and weaker. And this kind of interrupts with the connection. It's an antenna. It has crystals on it. So your radio, your phone, all uses crystals to pick up frequencies. It's like a radio receiver for your consciousness, because your consciousness is already outside of the body. You're already outside of the body. Your body is a state of consciousness. It's a body of consciousness. The mind is a body of consciousness. Emotions is a body of consciousness. But there is pure consciousness, which is above thought, above emotion, above the body, above all these things, is the pure source. So to activate it, first of all, you need to go on a detox. Go on a detox of a fruit detox. Make sure it's organic fruit. If you're struggling to get your minerals in, take sea moss as well. So just go on a fruit and sea moss diet for a couple of weeks, and you won't lose weight, you'll lose impurities. You'll flush out everything out of your body for a couple of weeks. Drink freshly squeezed juices to get the lymphatic system moving and the blood moving again, circulating. And once everything's out, you'll start to feel a bit better, and you can have an easier experience activating your pineal gland. Can you talk about money and water and how we can get rich from that? You don't get rich from learning that sort of stuff. You get rich from, if you really want to get rich, focus on providing value. And that, if you focus on getting rich, you won't get rich. It's not about getting rich. It's about providing value. And what comes with providing value? Money. So if you're focusing on the wrong thing, focus on helping people. How can you bring solutions to people? How can you help people's lives? And along the side of that, you will gain an income from that. You see? So essentially, that's how you do it. I don't know how someone's managed to draw. It's a bit crazy. How do I get rid of that? I don't even know. Never mind. So essentially, yeah, you're focusing on the wrong thing. You're focusing on the wrong thing. So what was the next one? Let's turn this off. Talk about what's your thoughts on synchronicity? What do you mean by synchronicity? Do you listen to any music? Yes, I do listen to some music, but it's mainly music without words. Because a lot of the music now is just it's all propaganda. It's all to program you. It's all to mold your mind in some form or way. Everything they do is a form of propaganda. So just be careful what you listen to. Let's go to the bottom. Let's see what we got at the bottom. Demon retention. Very powerful. This is where all your energy's in. This is the astral liquid of your body. So this is where think about it. That liquid can produce a whole other human being. That liquid has all of the minerals, all of the energy to create a human being. It has the ability to open a portal inside of a woman. So when you keep this inside of you, you're not only keeping the energy of it, you're keeping the minerals, and the minerals can be recycled in the body. So it's very, very powerful. However, if you have a very negative mind, it can be used for bad, because that energy will be redirected into something else. What was that? How can I heal from weed damage? Just heal yourself. Fruits, vegetables, just go on the fruit-only diet. Take sea moss, take cayenne pepper. What else? Burdock roots, things very high in iron. Just stick to a natural diet and you'll heal from anything. But if you were smoking weed a lot and smoking in general, mullein leaf is very good for the lungs. Grapes, seeded grapes are very good for the lungs. Now look at the fruit that you're eating. Grapes are in the form of lungs. Mushrooms are in the form of ears. Walnuts are in the form of the brain. These things are communicating with you. Your body is the universe. Everything's communicating with everything. Your body's communicating with the planets. Your body's communicating with everything. Your mind's communicating with the world and energy. You're literally a walking crystal. What do you think about ginger and lemon shots? Instead of ginger, use wait, what was that? Sorry. Instead of lemon, use key limes. So use the small key limes instead of lemons because they are the real lemons. But yeah, very good for the gut. Ginger's very good for the gut. If you look at ginger, it looks like the gut. So, is honey healthy? I stay away from honey. Should you not eat anything acidic? No, realistically not. I mean, might treat yourself now and then, but mainly stick to your raw fruit, veg diet, and you'll live a long and happy life. Let's go up. Let's see what we got up here. Can I meditate looking at the moon? You can moon gaze, but the moon is inside of you. Everything you see outside of you is inside of you. The energy of the moon is already inside of you. So it's a full moon, it's already happening inside of you. This is why witches do rituals on full moons, because the psyche is more advanced, more powerful on a full moon. It's why if you ask a policeman, you ask a firefighter, you ask an ambulance driver, normally around a full moon, there's more calls, there's more emergencies, because the moon enhances our psyche. But not the moon, but the moon is within us. The seasons happen within you. The 4 seasons of the sun are the 4 seasons of your soul. You see? So what do I mean? These seasons are happening inside of you, not just outside of you. In the summer, you feel a lot more energized. You have more energy. You're taking action on things quick. But in the winter time, you're more reflective. You're more emotional, because the winter's to do with water, and water is your emotional body of consciousness. See, the elements all correspond to you as well. Water is your emotion. Fire is your spirit. Earth is your body, and air is your mind. That's why you say you're an airhead. Air is your mind, air is the mental body of consciousness. Can you elaborate on the effects of liquor on us? Why are certain liquors stored named spirit? Because they're spirits, they're potions. So if you... Hold on. I'll try and get some more for you. Where is it? They're potions. Go onto Minecraft. And what do they do? What do potions do? They alter you. They make you quicker. They make you, like ancient magic potions that that you hear myths about. You hear them, you see them in this, the old films. They show you the truth in plain sight. Just potions. This is what liquor is. This is what alcohol is. It's a potion. It's produced by alchemists. Alcohol, alchemy. That's what you're consuming. And it's spirits. It's spirit. It's liquid spirits. So you're drinking a spirit. But everything has a spirit. Grass has a spirit. Everything has to have a spirit, or else it would not exist. You have a spirit. But what you're doing is making you susceptible for... making you vulnerable, for spirits to enter you. So that's why it's called a jinn. A jinn is a form of an astral entity. A jinn, or what else? A spirit, a jinn. All of these things are to do with astral entities and spiritual entities, and it contains ethanol. Ethanol. Look at the beginning of ethanol. It's ETH. ETH, which is ethanol. Okay? So ethanol is ethanol, and the ether is the barrier between physical and astral. What else? What do I think about tap water? Don't drink tap water. Don't get tap water. Is it bad to get wisdom teeth out? I mean, if you've already done it, it is what it is. But if you haven't done it, don't do it, because everything's connected in your body. Everything in your body is connected. So your teeth, each tooth is connected to organs. Your lips, that's your heart. Okay, your lips. So you can see people's, for example, this is a gem. You can see people's mental state on their face. And what do I mean? If their eyebrows are very pointy, you can see that they're not 100%. I'm just saying they may be either very sharp person, they do things quick, or they're a very negative person. Now, you speak from the heart. Everything you do comes from the heart. Every action you take is from the heart. Everything you say is from the heart. So you can tell someone's heart by reading their words and what they say. And if they're very negative, they have a very dark heart. So you must purify your heart. So everything, your face is a reflection of your mental and emotional state. So you can read people like that. But your ears are a womb. Yes, your ears are a womb, because everything you say, everything you hear is a seed. And every seed enters the mind and the subconscious. And the subconscious is like a garden, which everything springs from. For example, you had a very traumatic childhood. You got beaten up as a kid. This seed in your mind will grow for years and decades, and it will turn into a fruit. Now, what do I mean? This will come into your actions. You might do what happened to you, do the complete opposite. This is how you get murderers and, rapists and stuff like that, because they've had very negative things implanted into their subconscious, which has grown over years, which they may have not realized where all of this anger truly comes from. It's trauma in the subconscious. Yeah, it is. So the subconscious is very, very powerful. 90% of your daily basis behavior comes from the subconscious. What you did yesterday is what you do today, because of the programs in your subconscious. And essentially who you think you are is just programs in your subconscious. Most people don't know who they are. They think, well, I've got a job. My name is Harry. I work for Revival. I do Revival of Wisdom. That's not me. This body's not me. My job is not me. My money's not me. My name is not me. You are above all of that. You are above all of this, and you must connect with your true self. Now, how do you connect with your true self? By detaching from your name, your body, your name, your body, your family, your issues, your worries. Once you turn off the thought, once you turn off emotion, and once you detach from all of these things during meditation, you're left with pure consciousness. And that's essentially who you truly are, is pure consciousness. But your consciousness is latched onto this character that you're playing. So who you think you are is essentially a bunch of programs in your subconscious that you've gained over the years of being human. It's not you. You must learn how to detach from all of that. And this is why a lot of people cannot expand their consciousness and expand their mind during astral projection, because their minds are so latched onto this character, but it's not truly you. Your mind can't detach from this body. If your mind can't do that unless it's you gain that ability to detach from the character you're playing, but you're not the character. The true you is the I am. The I am is is God. The I within you. When you say I, there's nothing higher than that in your being. There's nothing higher inside of you than the I. That's why the Roman numerals, I is the number 1. And that's why I is one line, because we are all one consciousness, one I, one all-seeing I. That's why God is omnipresent, because he's in you, he's in me, he's in everything. We are all God, all extensions of God's consciousness. The universe is one living being. And when you see it, it's kind of crazy. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. The universe is one being. Me and you are the same exact consciousness, experiencing a different reality. But we are all the center of creation. What do you think about the monk who lived for 300 years in Himalayas? Do everyone have that possibility to live that years? Yes, I truly think this, because think about it. I sent a list into my Telegram the other day. I sent a list into the Telegram of all of the, well, not even all of them. It was a big list about a lot of the toxins that we're being toxic. I'll try to find it. Where's it going to load? Okay, here it is. Where is it? I'll show you this list. It's insane. So we've got seed oils, artificial food coloring, food preservatives, chemtrails, GMOs, chemical and skin products, chemicals in deodorant, chemicals in toothpaste, fluoride in tap water, chlorine in tap water, heavy metals in tap water, pesticides on the fruit, synthetic prescription medication, synthetic mineral supplements, synthetic fabrics and clothing, synthetic bedding materials, synthetic fragrances. Fragrance can be up to 10,000 different synthetic chemicals, if you didn't know. Synthetic candles, fragrance, of course, sun cream, plastic water bottles, BPA in cans, plastic cutting boards, Teflon coated cookware, cigarettes, vehicle emissions, caffeine, radiation from phones and cells, radiation from smart meters, harmful music frequencies, music tuned to 440 hertz, chemicals on receipts, blue lights from screens. That's just some of the chemicals we're being bombarded with on a daily basis. A daily basis, we're being bombarded with every single one of them chemicals, pretty much. And imagine a world where none of that would happen. Think how long we would live. We're living up to maybe 70, 80, 100 years old now. Imagine 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 years ago, when none of these synthetic chemicals were there. We would have lived for hundreds of years. And especially your thoughts play a massive role in this. The thoughts. Your thoughts can age your body. If you think very negatively, it will age you. If you stress, it will age you. Because the body, that's how powerful the mind is. The mind is the most powerful thing in the universe. Everything came from it. So have a think. The phone you're holding was a thought. The pencil was a thought. What else? Everything you see around you was a thought. It began in the invisible realms of consciousness. Therefore, this world you see is an externalization of mind. It's an effect of mind. The whole universe is inside of your mind. You are living in a mind. You're living in the mind of God. Now, everything you see is an effect of mind, is an effect of thought. Everything is thought. Okay? So, I'm sorry, but if you're promoting stuff in here, I'm going to have to kick you out. Okay, so everything is thought. This world is an outcome of thought. It's an effect. Everything you see is already manifested. already manifested. You don't want to change this effect world. You want to change your mind, because when you change the mind, you change matter. Thought creates matter. Okay. We become mind and God after we die. We are eternal. You'll never die. You can't die. It's impossible. You die every night when you go to sleep. And then when you wake up from that dream, you die and wake up in this body. You will never die. You can't die. Everything's eternal. Everything in this universe is eternal, because everything's a part of mind. Everything's an extension of mind. Everything's an extension of God. Everything's an extension from the one consciousness. Here you see it. Mind and matter. Mind and matter are one. Consciousness creates matter. Does it mean that we think about money and then money comes to us, right? No, not essentially. Now, you're thinking about the wrong thing. Don't think about, if you want money, you're not going to get money. You attract what you are, not what you want. It's called a mindset. You got to set your mind to a frequency, to a reality, and it will come to you. Now, what do I mean? If you want money, focus on providing value. Focus on creating a solution for people. Don't want money, want to help people. If you gain money with a dark heart and a negative heart, you won't keep that money, because your heart will come into your reality somehow. It will destroy you. You have to do things with a good heart. If you don't do it with a good heart, it will come back around and take everything from you. So focus on giving people value, helping people's lives, providing a solution for people, and money will come with that. That's how you gain money. Okay, please, can we stop spamming the same comments, the same questions? So, yeah. What do you think about psychotherapy? Is that some sort of therapy? I mean, depends. You know, I don't want to say don't do it and then you go and don't do it and then it changes your life and some crazy stuff. But what I'm saying is you need to learn how to master your own mind and learn how to meditate and turn off the mind. And once you start meditating every day and you gain that ability of turning off thought and turning off emotion and turning off everything, so turning off all of your emotion, all of your connections, all of your just everything. Once you learn how to turn off the mind, depression doesn't exist, anxiety doesn't exist, because you rise above thought. There is a realm above thought. And once you learn how to access that realm by turning off thought, that's why Jesus says, take no thought. 5 times he says that. Take no thought, take no thought. Because once you learn how to do that, you rise above all of your problems, because all of your problems exist in the thought realm. There's no anxiety, there's no depression, there's nothing. So you need to learn how to master your mind. Learn how to meditate. And if you're thinking, you're not meditating. How can we start to meditate? Sit down and think of nothing. And if just try and experience your thoughts. So if a thought comes, push it away and carry on. And then there'll be about 5 seconds of nothingness. And then another thought will come. Push it away and then keep doing it. And the longer you push away these thoughts, the more consistent and more disciplined you are every day to turning up and meditating, the longer the gap will become. And the gap between another thought will then become half an hour, sometimes an hour. You can then think, you can then meditate for like an hour with no thought. And this is when because once the mind is turned off, once the thought aspect of consciousness is turned off, you are opening up new doors for your consciousness. You're opening up new avenues of your consciousness. That's what the power of meditation. And once you start to master your mind and you have the ability to turn off thought, this will then come into all aspects of your life. It will come into every aspect of your life. For example, you'll be able to turn off thought when you're about to make a bad decision. Your decision making will be good. Your anxiety will go out of the window because you won't no longer have it. You'll always remain in the present moment. So it's basically organizing and disciplining the mind. It's meditation. That's why it's so powerful. You have to learn how to do it. What do you think about where do humans come from, or what created us? Well, we are all extensions of God. We are all God's mind manifested in physical form. We are all extensions of God. Not you, not the character you're playing. Your character is not God, but I'm saying your consciousness is. The awareness you have, the mind you have, that's God. The pure awareness, the pure consciousness is God. Not who you think you are, your name, your body, your job, your circumstances, your worries. That's not God. You are the pure consciousness, and your consciousness is latched on to this character you're playing. But once you learn how to get rid of that character and detach from it, that's the essence within you that is God. Okay. What else have we got? Did sugar turn off the thought broadcasting ability? I really don't know what you mean by that question, sorry. What is consciousness? Awareness, creativity. So consciousness is right. So yes, it's observation. On the highest level of consciousness, it's pure observation and pure cause. Now, on the lower, so you have observation. So there's different bodies of consciousness. You have observation, that's the eye, this eye you see here. Then you have mind, which is the thinking aspect of consciousness. So thoughts are not physical. Thoughts are not a part of your brain. This is an aspect of your consciousness. Then you have, under thought, you have emotional body of consciousness. You have thoughts, emotions, observation, and then you have imagination. Imagination is an aspect of your consciousness. And then they are mainly the four things inside of your consciousness. Because imagine, you can't split open the brain and see someone imagining something. You can't split open a brain and see a thought. You can't split open the brain and see an emotion, because these things exist metaphysically. They don't exist physically. They're in consciousness. And that's what everything stems from. Now, and if you really want to connect with this, you must detach. You must sit down and detach from everything. Now, what do I mean? Sit down, detach from your name, detach from your body. Say, I'm not the body, I'm not the thoughts, I'm not my name, I'm not my worries, I'm not my money issues, I'm not the car, I'm not the clothes. And once you detach from every worry and every little aspect you identify yourself with, you're left with the mind. You're left with thought. And then once you're left with the mind is then attached to a language. That little voice in your head is using a language. You need to detach from that language. And once the mind is detached from that language, you're left with a pure consciousness, pure awareness, pure cause. It's a cause. It's a cause. Like everything comes from that cause. What's your opinion on Rosicrucian's secret society? that I know that the symbol of the Rosicrucians is the cross with the rose in the middle, which represents the cross is your body, the Jesus cross is your body, and the rose is your heart, because all of your action comes from the heart. So there's a lot of secret teachings of the heart in Rosicrucianism. If we are all God, are we the devil also? Yes. You have the ability to bring in a non-physical thought into a physical reality. You have this creative power of bringing thought into physical matter. You can use this for your gain. You can use this for darkness, which is the devil. Do evil is the devil. Or you can do this for good, which is God. You have a higher mind, which is the mind that wants love and wisdom and knowledge and growth. Or you have this lower aspect of your mind, which is your body's sort of mind, which wants power, fame, hate, desire, food, survival. This is Satan. It's an aspect of your mind. It's psychology. It's a psychological allegory of the human mind. That's what the Bible is. It's all allegory for the human mind and the functions of your mind, body, and spirit. It's basically what the Bible is. It's allegorical about you and about your mind and how it works and about your emotions. Thoughts on spiritual attacks and how to protect yourself. You're not being attacked spiritually, it's yourself. It's an aspect of your own mind. You're attacking yourself. No one's attacking you. There's no spirits attacking you. You're not possessed. It's your own mind blocking yourself. So you need to focus and need to look within yourself on what is attacking you. There's a subconscious seed which has grown, which is attacking you. Learn about the subconscious. The subconscious will tell you everything about yourself. Do secret societies control everything? Yeah, pretty much. I'd say so. Yeah. But don't focus on that, Don't lose yourself in conspiracies. Don't lose yourself in any darkness. Don't fill your mind with that stuff. You don't want to fill your mind with that. You don't want to fill your mind with all these negative 9/11, occult rituals, magic, Hollywood. There's no point. It's just going to darken you. It's going to darken your mind. It's going to infect your heart. So focus on the light always. I fell into that trap of looking into all these conspiracies, but it doesn't get you anywhere. It just makes you more dark because everything you take in is affecting your mental state. And you'll just walk around worried. So focus on lifting yourself up. Focus on, don't get lost into these secret societies. Just focus on, see, this is the issue. Yes, the world is kind of waking up in a way, but we're waking up to the wrong things. We're waking up to conspiracies. Yes, these things are true. We're all being manipulated. Don't get me wrong, we are. By a very dark, advanced, occult, secret clubs who know all of this stuff and crazy stuff. But what I'm saying is, don't look into it. Once you know it, and then focus on the light. You see, if the collective consciousness wakes up to all of the negative things, then we're just going to stay in this negative ball of consciousness, this negative earth, because the earth is a reflection of our consciousness. What happens in our minds is happening in our external reality. So if we all start focusing on this negative and how we're being manipulated, chaos is just going to break out. We're all going to start fighting each other. So we all need to focus on light and bringing ourselves up. That's how we get out of this issue. Okay. Do you know the 33 money blocks that all people have in their field and how to vanish them? No one has these 33 blocks on them. If you believe you have a block on you, then you have a block on you. Because your mind, everything is mental and psychological. If you believe black magic worked on you, then it works. That's how black magic works. If you don't believe it worked, then it has no power. It's the same with the government. The government have no true power. It's your belief. Like, if you believe so all of us as a collective consciousness believe the government exists. We believe money has value when it doesn't. It's a piece of paper. It's our thought, it's our consciousness thought energy that gives it power. That's why they're called a government. They govern your mental state. They govern your mind. They don't govern your body. They govern how you think, because that's where the power's at. The power's in the mind, in your consciousness. Yeah, so yeah. Go up a little bit. Just focus on the goodness, people, and you'll have an amazing life. Yeah. And shaman heals every disease? I really don't know. I'm not too sure about that. Tattoos affect your mental state? I wouldn't say so. Like, just be careful what you get and make sure it has a good meaning, and then you're okay. We are the government once they give us the information on a whole lot to see. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Extraterrestrials, aliens live among us, controlling secret sides, Illuminati, high-class people. No. That's what I used to think, but it's not. We're not being bombarded by aliens, reptilians. This is all humans. It's people who worship the flesh. It's all it is. It's people who worship the physical world. Why? Why do they worship the physical world? Because in these higher realms of consciousness, there's no pleasure like there is a physical pleasure. So they worship the physical world, the physical pleasure, and the sensation of being in a body. That's what they worship. Evil love bondage. Okay? That's why they don't want this matrix to break. They don't want everyone to be equal. They like this division. They like being on the higher end of this matrix, this class. But it's not reptilian. I don't think so anyway, personally. Yes, we have a brain, we have a reptilian brain, but this is our natural instinct brain. We have a lower animal self and we have a divine self. So if you see the screen here, we as humans exist in the middle between matter and spirit. We have the opportunity to expand our consciousness upwards to God. We can expand our consciousness to know God and know the secrets of the universe, or we can stay in our lower animal nature just for survival, basic needs. This is why humans are made in the image of God. We are Anu. We are Anu, spirit, and Ki, earth, matter. We are Anunnaki. We are spirit and matter together. Okay. What do you think about music and fashion? Directly correlated. Well, music and fashion are directly correlated. You know, when the Beatles came out, everyone started to wear hippie stuff. You know, look at UK drill music started to come out. People started to wear tracksuits more, and it's directly correlated, but it's a psychological warfare. You must understand that music is psychological. all to mold you in a certain way, to make you think a certain way. Yeah, as you said, the Rosicrucians talk about the heart, and the heart is playing a big role on our energy and field. Yes, that is true. So everything you do is from the heart. Every action, every word you say is from the heart. You speak and you act from the heart. So this is why you know people by their actions, because if they're doing things that are stupid and not good, they have a dark heart. So that's why the earth is an anagram for heart. If you rearrange the word earth, it's heart, because everything we do is from the heart. Everything we manifest is from the heart. What are the families that control the world? Tell us the major one. I don't look into it, to be honest with you. I don't really look into that stuff anymore. There's no point. It just loses you in a loophole, and you'll end up gaining anxiety and gaining all these negative thoughts about how we're being manipulated. So just focus on the light. Just stay away from the conspiracies and keep your mind focused on the light. Yeah. Can you give thoughts about reverse manifestation, things that you don't want to come in your life, but it has to come anyhow, but it didn't work on positive things? Can you explain this loophole? I'm not too sure about reverse manifestation, but everything that happens to you is necessary for you to grow as a mind, to expand your mind, to expand your soul. Everything is for you to grow. Doesn't matter how hard it is, how negative it is. But what you must understand is that everything that happens to you is neutral. It's your mind's perception on how you give it a positive or a negative charge. You know, it could be something really bad, someone dies, but you always have to look at the positive. What did you learn from that person? You have to grow from everything that happens to you. Don't focus on the negative. Like I say, always focus on the light. Keep your mind in the light. Because if you keep the mind on the negative aspect, it will consume you, destroy your mind, your emotions, and your body. So always focus on the light and the positive aspects of everything that happens to you. And just remember, when it comes to manifestation, you are just a result of your thoughts. Where your life right now, your current circumstances, is a result of every thought you had in the past. Every thought you had in the past has led you to this very point, listening to me right now. Therefore, your life is an externalization of your mind. And this is what I teach inside the university, the Manifestation Mastery course. And that is how you truly, you change your thoughts, you change your mental state, and you will change your external reality. Okay. Can you explain the proof the earth is flat? Your senses. Have you ever been in a car going 100 miles per hour? You probably have. How quick does it feel when you're going 100 miles per hour? It goes very, very quick. You can feel it very quick. And we are apparently moving 1,000 miles per hour while going around the sun. It's complete lunacy. If you believe that you live on a spinning rock, hurtling through space, and we haven't hit something in trillions of years, which is obviously a lie. If you believe that, then they have tricked you to not believe your own senses. They've tricked you to not believe them senses that you have. That's the power. It's subconscious. It's a psychological warfare. If you believe you live on a rock, then you are more susceptible to believing that the universe is only physical. The reason why Isaac Newton came in with all this new science and destroyed all of the old science of the Egypts and the ancient occult teachings of as above, so below, the reason Isaac Newton came in with this was to separate you from the universe. Because the ancients knew, and I know now, and this is what I teach, is that you are the universe. But all of these new scientists came in to make you feel separate from the universe and to make you think that you are not special. And another one, if you believe that you're from, everything they teach you is to keep your mind trapped in physicality. Your mind isn't a physical thing. Your consciousness is not a physical thing. So everything they've told you is to keep you in a three-dimensional way of thinking, in a physical reality. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Everything seen is an effect of the mind. Everything you see around you began in the invisible realms of mind. Yeah, the body is physical. It's a meat suit. It's an avatar. It's a character. You're playing a character. It's not you. You are the I am. You must connect with that I am through meditation. So I heard that sugar and artificial sugar block our thought and manifesting ability. Yeah. Well, your diet plays a massive role because it's all interconnected. Your consciousness is interconnected with your body, your physical body. So if your body's not well, your mind's not going to be well. So you must, find balance between mind and body, spirit and matter. I don't understand the flat earth. Every atom and all things inside of me are spheres. Why would the earth be flat? The atom they told you is wrong. The atoms are electromagnetic torus fields. Okay. So torus fields is what creates everything. Everything has magnetic presence. But don't focus on the flat earth. Your body is the earth. The brain the brain is simulating a reality. You're not experiencing the external world. The external world is created with your body. Your body is a piece of technology creating this world. You don't see into the world. What you see is created in the brain. What you touch, you taste, you smell, you see with the brain. Your five senses are created by the brain. Your whole experience is created by the brain. The universe is mental. So don't focus on the flat earth. Focus on your body as a piece of organic technology, which is running a simulation of this reality. Now, once you understand that changes everything. You probably never thought about that. You probably now realize that your body is the universe. Your body is the earth. And when you leave the body, you're leaving earth. Okay? So that's a very important one. How can we take advantage of the planets, the sun, and the moon within us? Their energies. So Saturn. So the reason why you see Saturn symbology everywhere, like walkers and all these companies, you see Saturn symbolized. It's because Saturn is to do with order. He's the order aspect of your consciousness. He's the conditioning. So, for example, if Saturn is ruling your life, which is an aspect of your consciousness, how do I explain this well? They're basically harnessing the energy of Saturn to condition you. That's what technically they're doing. That's why you see Saturn symbology everywhere. All about conditioning and, how do I say, like the education, for example. It's all about conditioning you to keep you in a certain state. That's what Saturn is. Now, the sun represents your pure consciousness. The moon represents your subconscious or emotion. Anyways, I'm going to have to love and leave you all here. This is a Q&A that takes place weekly inside of the university. If you wish to join, I will send the link into here. Hold on, I will send it into this chat. So yeah, these live calls happen all the time. They're going to be happening every week from now on. If you want to join the university, see you all on the inside. There's so much that you can gain. Let me just try and find. Okay, here it is. Two seconds. Where did that go? I don't know why I can't get it up. But if you're in the Telegram, go to my Instagram, my Telegram, or revivalofwisdom.com, and you'll see the Ethereal University. I'll show you what we get. You get all of this. So you get the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you everything about your mind and how your mind creates reality. You get the Real Lectures section, which has everything about the lectures. I do weekly lectures on occultism, symbolism, esotericism. We have a community. We have a library with my books plus 45 other rare PDF books. So you gain access to the library. We obviously do these live Q&As, and you can literally speak to me directly on these live calls. So yeah, your life will change once you understand this stuff. You're going to feel so much better. Like once you understand how reality works and your place in the universe, you'll feel absolutely amazing, because you no longer feel like an evolved monkey on a monkey ball on a spinning globe. So invest in yourselves, invest in your mental state. It's not about your spirit, it's about your mind, controlling your consciousness, controlling your body. That's where the power is. That's when you gain power, when you stop engaging in your animal self and you move to the higher self and you retain all of that lost energy from being an animal self. Okay, so make sure to invest in yourself, and I will see you all on the other side. Here's the, there's the link. I've just posted the link for the university. If you wish to join, I'll see you all on the other side. Thank you all. Can we pay for a couple months of the university? Yeah. If you really want to pay like a couple months up front, give me a message on Instagram, Revival of Wisdom, and put the first message as university, all capital letters, and I'll respond to you and we could sort something out. I could maybe do a deal for the people who want to buy a couple months. Like, I don't know, 6 months or something like that. I could do a nice deal. Hope you all enjoyed this. I'll see you all inside the university, and have an amazing day. Witchcraft and magic. So today we're going to be talking about this and discussing a few things on how magic works, what it is, and how it's not what you truly think it is. So all of these films they showed you in the past, you know, like Harry Potter and all of these other things, they are to fantasize this thing, to cover it up, to make it look like a myth. It's why it's called Hollywood. So all of these films are mainly produced in Hollywood, which is from the holly wood, the holly tree, which is the holy tree. Because the ancient druids used to take this wood and make magic wands out of this wood and cast spells with this wood. Because each wood has specific virtues and specific things energetically. For example, you know, you can use different herbs to treat different illnesses because they all hold different mineral content and different energetic principles. So all of these different woods and these different materials the ancients used, they understood their virtues. So the ancients would use holly wood or the holy wood because this was the most powerful wood to use to make a wand out of. And this is ancient druidic magic. Now, Hollywood is what casts spells into the minds of the masses. Through these films are hidden messages. And what these films actually do is that they sink the minds of the masses. All of our minds are watching this singular film, which is sinking our brains, sinking our minds, sinking our perception. All of us are thinking the same thing when we're watching these films, and they're putting all of these subconscious programs into the people who watch these films. So it's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind. Now, here you see Jesus with a wand. Jesus with a wand. You can look into this yourself. You type in pictures of Jesus with a wand or Moses with a wand. They always hold wands because these people were magicians. If they existed, they were magicians. The ancients were obsessed with these magical arts, these energy arts, and using energy to manipulate it for gain. So when holding a wand, what you're actually doing is you're using the body's energy because your body is emitting countless amounts of energy. You are a light energetic being, and you have these meridians in your body which electrical energy flows through these meridian lines. This is why we wear certain copper bracelets. You know, if you look back at the ancients, they were kitted out in silver, copper, gold. They always wore these electrically conducting materials, as well with crystals. Crystals were used to enhance different body parts. If you wanted, you wanted to hear better, you'd place a crystal and a metal in the piercing of your ear. This is why they used this, because they understood the principles of these things. Because everything you see physically has an energetic body behind it, which enhances things. High frequency, high energy is what enhances things. So by wearing these materials, on your fingers, on your wrists, you're enhancing the flow of electrical energy throughout the body. You can do this if you want to heal your body. Let's say you got arthritis in your wrist and you wear a copper bracelet. This will help bring energy. It will help raise the frequency of this specific area of the body, which will, help heal this area of the body quicker. It's all about energy, because energy becomes before matter. Matter is a result of energy. So therefore, when you raise the frequency of things and give it high energy, it affects matter. So this is why the ancients, were obsessed with crystals, and all of this falls under magic because it's using natural things, using natural resources for energetic properties and principles. And it also amplifies your electromagnetic aura. You see, when you raise your frequency, people, when you raise your frequency, your brain is producing a higher frequency. It can work on a higher capacity. Therefore, you can process more information. It works more efficiently. You become enlightened. And when you're raising your frequency and your electromagnetic field is high energy, it's very healing. It heals your body. It heals other people around you. This is why, some people can walk in a room and everyone stares at him because his field is so powerful, so high frequency. And this field is highly influenced by the internal state of an individual. If your mind is in a negative space, then this will reflect in your spirit, which is your electromagnetic energy. So emotions are magnetic. You are magnetic. You attract whatever you feel like, whatever your mental space is. So it's important to master the mind and master the emotions for this reason, because this is when you become a walking magnet, a walking light being. Now, Happy Birthday is a form of a magic spell. It's a spell to make you age quicker. Now, if you've watched the subconscious mind, the manifestation mastery, if you're in the university, you've probably watched it, and you know about the subconscious mind, then this is where it kind of gets a bit crazy, because a lot of magic is all to do with the subconscious mind and how it reprograms and creates reality. Because essentially everything begins in the subconscious before it actually materializes into a real reality. Now, what you do on your birthday is, what are you doing? You're doing magic. You're doing witchcraft. Because what you do, you turn off the lights, you dim down the lights, you get a candle, you light the candle, and then people chant, your family, your friends, they start chanting happy birthday. And then you make a wish, which is a mental directed thought, and blow out a candle. It's witchcraft. This is all forms of witchcraft. Now, I'm not saying this is evil, because witchcraft can be used for good and bad, not just for the bad. People always think that witchcraft is purely bad because they've been indoctrinated by the church. The church has made these things seem evil because they don't want us delving into these powerful ways of manipulating reality, manipulating natural energy. So when you are wishing, that is a form of mental directed energy, which is magic. All of this is magic. You've been doing magic your whole life. Now, when you make the wish, you don't tell anyone, which is another occult virtue. You shouldn't be telling people things that you want to create into manifestation, into a reality, because people can direct negative mental energy towards this and slow this manifestation down. Because also, when you release, right, when you release what you want to do, when you talk about your goals to others, this releases dopamine in your brain. And your brain is now thinking that you've already achieved it just because you've talked about it, which is then keeping you less motivated to actually achieve this goal. So this is why you feel so good when you talk about, your goals to people, because it releases dopamine in your brain. But anyways, so what this is doing is, happy birthday, it's making you age quicker. You see, the body follows the mind. The mind is the powerful tool. The mind is Jesus and his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There's always the one around the 12. So the mind controls the body, and every thought you see, your thoughts are present in your body. Your body is a reflection of your thoughts. If you are very unhealthy, this means you have thoughts of eating junk food, and it is now reflecting in your body. You see, you can tell you can kind of get a glimpse of someone's inner world by looking at them, because they are a reflection of their own internal state. If someone is very strong, muscular, ripped, you can see this person. You can see this person's mental energy manifested in his muscles. You see the discipline. So your body's a reflection of the mind. Now, the English language is riddled with hidden spells. This is why we say, how old are you? Now, when we say, how old are you? This is subconsciously, going into your subconscious. You might not consciously think, oh, I'm not old, but subconsciously, the subconscious mind picks this up and says, I am old. I am old. Because it manifests anything that you put into it. It takes everything as truth. So when we say, how old are you? We are saying we are old, which is then, not having a dramatic effect, but it will make you age quicker. These little things all add up. You see, the subconscious is like a garden, and every thought and word and emotion is a seed which grows in the mind of the subconscious, which will then blossom into a material reality, into a fruit. You shall know them by their fruits. It says that in the Bible. So when we say, how old are you? We should be saying, how young are you? Because this is another, English has been manipulated in ways to trick your own subconscious into these spells. This is what spelling is. Your words are spells. They cast three-dimensional sound waves. Every word you say is casting a three-dimensional sound wave or an electromagnetic torus field. Every single word you say. And what is reality created of? And that is electromagnetic fields. You are creating atoms. Your body is an anatomy, because your body is a giant atom, an electromagnetic field. So the next one is these planes. We must all understand these planes, is how the physical plane is a result of these higher planes of consciousness. You have the Buddhic, which is nothingness. You have the mental, which is the mind and thoughts. Then you have the astral, which is imagination of the thoughts. And the etheric is the energy of the imagination, and the physical is the physical plane you see around you. So everything you see down here is a reflection of these higher planes of consciousness of thought. So everything down here is manifested through thought. That's why it's called a government. They govern your mentality, your mind, because they understand the mind is the root cause of reality. So everything the government tells you is essentially manifesting your own reality. This is why you go to school and learn their indoctrinations, their information, because their information is going into your mind, which is then manifesting your reality. So they are not manifesting the New World Order. You and the collective consciousness is manifesting the New World Order through believing their indoctrinations, through believing that there is going to be climate change. There will be climate change because we are all believing it. The whole world around you is a result of mind. The mind interacts with the quantum field around you. Your consciousness interacts with the quantum field. Everything is a reflection of yourself. Now, humanity as a whole has a giant, and I mean humongous, spell put upon us. I can't tell you how big this spell is. So let's say you have a limiting belief that you are not strong, for example. This will affect you. Go to the gym, and if you go to the gym, grab the heaviest weight that you can do without injuring yourself. Do it. Try do a set of them while saying, I am not strong mentally. Say it over and over, and I'm guaranteed you won't do many reps. And then go grab the same weight and then repeatedly say in your mind, I am very strong, I am very strong, I have lifted the weight, and I guaranteed you will do more reps. It's because the mind has power over the physical plane. It's all mental. This whole world you see around you is manifested from thought. This mic I'm speaking to, the computer or the phone you're holding, was all a thought in the mind. So therefore, everything is an emanation from the mind, the invisible realms of consciousness. And that's what the occult means. Occult just means hidden, and thoughts are hidden. Knowledge is hidden. You can't see knowledge. You have to gain knowledge. You can't see the knowledge behind someone. You can't split their brain open and see the imagination. You can't split their brain open and see the knowledge they know. It's because it's hidden within an invisible plane of mind and astral and etheric. The physical plane is nothing but a shadow of these higher dimensions. Now, it's by manipulating these planes is how you create your reality. This is what magic is. It's by as above, so below. You change above, you change below. Now, this is where mental directed energy comes in. I kind of went a bit off track. I was going to go to the huge spell that's being placed on us. The spell that's being placed on us is limiting beliefs. The whole world has gone to school, and this school teaches, the Rockefellers, they own the school system, and everything they've taught you is to give you a perception of the world. Now, what did I just tell you? This whole world is a result of thought. It's belief. If the whole world believed we had superpowers, we would have superpowers. Now, that sounds crazy to you, because the limiting beliefs, that's what I mean. All of us have been indoctrinated with limiting beliefs of gravity, of limiting things like, I don't know, the globe model. We've all been implemented with these things which limit our mind and our body. If we did not go to school and every single person in the world believed that we could fly and we could do something that is completely out of your mind right now, it would happen. It's because this world is a complete correlation and a direct manifestation of thought. Now, the collective consciousness all has a doubting belief system. We are all limited. We are all very well, not all, but if you're in this university, you have an open mind. Well done. I take my hat off to you joining the university and having an open mind. You are one in millions. So congratulations to you for having an open mind. But for example, for the rest of the world, like, they are all limiting, which is affecting our consciousness, your consciousness, and my consciousness, because we are all connected on a mental level. We are all connected on the mental plane. This is the plane where everything is one. We are all made of the same substance, which is universal mind, universal intelligence, universal consciousness. We are all the same consciousness in different bodies. So, like I just said, everything is connected on the mental plane. You, me, your parents, your brother, your sister, everyone is connected on the mental plane. Therefore, we can transmit energy, information through the mental plane by practice. So anyways, because of the limiting beliefs we have on, as a collective consciousness, we all believe we are bound by gravity. We all believe that, we can't do certain things. This is casting a spell on the whole world. It's because these thoughts we have in this mental plane here, okay, these thoughts we have here is then turning into imagination. See, the astral plane is very, very powerful. This is the plane that molds the physical plane. So this astral plane is where all spirits, entities, and it's the realm of imagination. This is that screen you have in your mind, but you can access it. This is a full plane that you can access through astral projection. So it is this plane that all of our limiting beliefs is molding into some form of imagination. And this imagination is then turning into energy. And then this energy is manifesting this physical plane. So this whole system that we are under is a spell. It's a very, very powerful astral energy, which is casted upon the whole of the whole of the earth. And we must break this spell. And how do we break the spell? By not believing anything that they tell us. It's the belief system. And we have to stop believing the science they give us. What good does it do us? Think about it. Does it really matter if you don't know anything that they tell you? Does it really? What will it do you? You're still going to live your life. So, for example, the whole system doesn't exist. The system, it only exists because we believe it exists. Money only exists because you believe it is true. It's a piece of paper with words written on it. But because your mind gives it value, it's the mind's perception of it that's creating this government, this system. The whole system it only exists in your mind. It only exists as a belief, as a program. The matrix is in your mind. There is no matrix if you don't believe it. Now, this is the spell that's being put on us, and it is limiting us. Knocking on wood, when we say knocking on wood, this is witchcraft. This is magic. Everything has a spirit. The phone you're holding, the atoms in that phone has a spirit, has it as a energy. The trees have energy. They have spirits within them. Water has spirits within them. You see, so knocking on wood is the ancient druidic magic again of knocking on for the tree spirits, because tree spirits are very healing. Trees are very healing. They're very high frequency. They emit lots of energy, lots of ether. So by knocking on it, they would ask them to heal them, or because these spirits are conscious, they're astral. You can't see them, but they exist. Everything has an astral body. You have an astral body. You use it every time you dream. All of us have an astral, etheric. All of us have energy. You can feel it when you walk into a room. You can feel it when someone is very sad. You can feel their energy. You can feel it. And this is what it is. It's transmutation of etheric energy. And this is what knocking on wood is. It's knocking on for the tree spirits. Knock on wood for good luck. You know, alcohol, this is another deep rabbit hole. That's why we call it a spirit. It's a spirit. It has spirits within them. It's the same with a jinn. That's why we call it a jinn, which is another astral plane deity or entity. But jinns are very powerful, so stay away from jinn. Stay away from any alcohol. There's a reason why every single religion tells you not to drink alcohol, pretty much. There's a reason. Natural alcohol, it's not too bad. You know, like wine, really like natural, no chemicals. I would, you know, I'm not going to say I'm against that. I'm not, because that's natural. I'm with anything that is natural. But these spirits, gin, beer, all of this stuff, stay away from it. It's all used for witchcraft. It contains ethanol, which is ethanol, which is the barrier between the physical and the astral plane. You are being possessed when you drink this stuff. It's alcohol, alchemy, because alcohol was created by ancient alchemists, they would find liquids and they would extract the spirit out of the. So what it is, it's distillation. So they're getting liquids, these alchemists. This is how alcohol was founded, by ancient alchemists. So alchemy is basically the transmutation of natural things. It's also, you know, so it's transmuting base metals into gold, or liquids into spirits. And there's also something called inner alchemy, which is the transmutation of oneself from the darkness into light, which is basically what Freemasonry is. But so you have inner alchemy and outer alchemy. But that's what alcohol is created from. It's created from alchemy, and then what they were doing is extracting the spirit from liquids and making a potion. It's a potion. You know how on Minecraft you can get them potions and run around really quick if you drink the potion, or, you know, on these ancient films where they drink the potion and die, or they have magic powers. That's what it is. It's all alchemy. It's all magic. And you can get different potions for different things. If you want to run quick, there's potions for that. If you want to feel strong, there's potions for that. This reminds me of another book that I read, which is inside of the library, called the 3 Books of the Occult Philosophy, which talks about magic and occult virtues. And basically, everything has an occult virtue. For example, bears are very, very strong. Owls can stay up very, very late. What's another virtue? Cats can fall from very high distances, which humans can't. So every animal has a virtue which they carry, and that virtue is in the ether. So, for example, the ancients would take bear hearts. If they wanted to feel very strong, they would hold the heart of a bear, and this would give them that virtue. They'd be stronger. Or if they wanted to stay up very late all night long, they would hold the heart of an owl, and they would not go to sleep until that thing, they could not fall asleep unless they moved that heart out of their electromagnetic field. It's because it holds etheric energy and it holds the information in the ether. So this is what occult virtues are. So eating meat, yes, it's a form of witchcraft. You're eating the virtues of animals. You're gaining virtues of animals. This is why they promote it. They promote flesh because they want you to become an animal. You are what you eat. That's why we say that, because of these virtues. So if you eat fruit, you become very electrical, you become very alive. But if you eat meat, you become very dead and unelectrical. And you will gain the virtues of these animals. They want you thinking like an animal. You're not an animal. You're a divine human being who can gain access to higher planes of consciousness. Animals can't. They have no self-reflection. They don't know they exist. Humans do. So that's what occult virtues are. So when you're drinking alcohol, the occult virtues of alcohol and these spirits it's a potion for aggression and, and sex. That's what alcohol is. That's why when you drink alcohol, you become very aggressive and you desire sex. It's because these spirits that enter you, because how it works is that you're weakening your electromagnetic field. Where is it? You're weakening this field. Okay, so when you drink alcohol, it's very, very low vibrational. And you're consuming the ethanol, which is ethanol, which it lowers your frequency. And when your frequency becomes that low, your field becomes very weak, which allows spirits and energies to enter your body and become possessed. And this is why when you drink too much, you will black out, because your soul, your mind will leave the body, because it becomes that toxic and low vibrational. And you are fully possessed. That's why you do such dark things and weird things when you're drunk, because you're not in full control of your body. You're possessed by an entity. So the whole world is running around drinking potions of magic, of ancient alchemy. That's what's going on. That's why the world's so messed up. It's because everyone's drinking potions. Everyone's drinking these potions, which, with the virtues of sex and anger. And look at the world. What's the problem with it? Sex, anger, and religion. That's the main three problems of this world. So there's a pub on every corner. You can get alcohol in every shop. Because this is what spiritually attacks you. It keeps you low vibrational. It keeps us divided and conquered. It keeps us against each other. This is another spell that's been put on us, drinking potions. We're drinking potions. That's what it is. It's insane when you see it like that. You see, like I said at the beginning of this video, witchcraft never disappeared. It never went. It was just veiled in myths and veiled in stories and movies from Hollywood. They made you think it was a fantasy. You've been doing it your whole life. You've been doing witchcraft your whole life. Every one of us has taken part in, if you go to concerts, you'll go into rituals, you go into energy harvesting rituals. If go and watch The Weeknd, he's always doing rituals on the stage. People getting possessed, people dying in the crowd. It's very low vibrational. We're being ran by wizards and warlocks, and we don't even realize it. They've made us think all this stuff is woo-woo and pseudoscience. It's not. This stuff is real, and we're doing it. It's that in your face that you can't see it. So, alcohol. The word alcohol is alcool in ancient Arabic, which means body-eating spirit, and now in Arabic it's algol, which means demon. Algol means demon in Arabic, which means alcohol. It's insane. So we're drinking demons and spirits in the in the astral plane. So your body is becoming a vessel for demons and spirits by drinking these consciousness altering potions. That's what it is. It's a potion that alters your mind and alters your consciousness, lowers your frequency, and allows things to come into you. Now, you can use these planes to your advantage for magic. You can practice these magic rituals. And the way to do that, if you go to the meditation section and listen to the hemisync tracks, you don't have to do the full meditation, but what I do, I use them tracks sometimes. Listen to them, gain into that state where your consciousness is raised just slightly out of the body. Okay, so you want to do the meditation until you feel you are the pure consciousness and you no longer right. So if you've done the meditations, your body, you can't feel your body because your body is that still and that relaxed. You can't feel your body. You're just pure consciousness. And when you are in that state, this is when you are in, more than likely you're in the astral or the mental plane. Okay, this is when you're pretty much inside of the subconscious mind. You're no longer in the conscious, you're in the subconscious. And when you're in this state, this is where the power is. This is where you can start to imagine things. Now, this is very, very important that you be very careful about what you want to imagine. When you are in them realms of the subconscious and you're in a lifted state of consciousness, you no longer feel your body. This is very, very important because whatever if you're trying to manifest someone into your life, for example, and you go and think about this and you imagine them and you picture them in your life in this state, this can have a very, very bad effect on you. You're programming your subconscious. Now, you got to be very, very careful. You got to make sure that your intent is a good intent. If you have a bad intent, do not do this, or else you'll program your subconscious with a bad intent, and it will come back and bite you. So be very careful about what you're going to imagine. Be very careful what you're going to direct mental energy towards. Now, this takes focus, discipline, and imagination. There are 3 parts of the higher faculties of your mind. You have to work on these: focus, discipline, and imagination. If you truly want to become an occultist, you must understand this. Focus, because you have to hold an image and hold an image of the imagination. So imagination and focus comes in hand. So let's say you want someone to come back into your life, you miss them. You picture them. You have to picture them very vividly, as much as you can. You have to use your focus, your discipline, and imagination to focus and imagination. When you're in that uplifted state, remember, when you no longer feel your body, focus, vision their face, and then whisper into their ear what you want them to do. Whisper into their ear what they want them to do, and then after about 5 minutes of that, keep repeating it, vision it, and saying it into their ear. Don't tell them what you want to do. Tell them the outcome. You will this, you will that. And then once you've done that, you want to then imagine them doing this thing that you've told them to do for 5 to 10 minutes. The longer, the better. The better your focus is, the better your imagination is, the better discipline you have, the more power you're sending to this person. Because remember, we're all connected on a mental level. We're all connected in this mental plane through thought. And thought is non-physical. It's metaphysical. It's not made of atoms. A thought's not made of atoms. It's completely metaphysical. You can't locate it. It's in a higher plane of consciousness. So we're all connected on a mental level. So what you are actually doing, you're directing mental energy towards this person. And if this person is not aware of occult things, this can influence them. The more you do it, but like I say, people, don't do this for bad reasons. Don't do this for bad, because this can turn around and bite you. This can end up really bad if you do this, if you do something, you know, that you shouldn't be doing. But I'm here to spread the light. I'm here to spread knowledge. I do this for good things. I don't do it for personal. I don't do it for personal people, but I do it for my life and what I want. You can do this to manifest things. But you know, this is how. Have you ever been in a situation where you thought of someone and they called you, or you thought of them and they called you? Well, this is how it is. Is because we're all connected on a mental level. And the more connected you are to that person emotionally, the more power this will have, because you have a connection on the astral. For example, if you've had sex with someone, you are connected with them on an astral level. Emotionally, you're entangled emotionally. So you got to be careful who you have sex with, because sex is a form of magic. If you have sex with random people, they're running around with a piece of you, and they're putting that piece of you into other people, which is messing you up. We're all connected on these planes, these higher planes of consciousness. You got to be careful. You know, handshakes. Why do we do handshakes? Well, we're transmitting energy. So don't handshake people who you don't want to handshake. You're transmuting energy and electrical energy and information. You know, so this is all, it's all mental, it's all astral. All of this stuff is. You could, like I say, you can use this mental directed energy for manifestation as well. If you want things in your life, picture them. Well, first get into that state where you can no longer feel your body, where you're that still, and then picture them. Picture the reality you want, and then use your emotions as well. Your emotions are very powerful. Feel it. Feel the reality you want. Now, this works better on a full moon. Now, the full moon is very powerful, very, very powerful. They don't want you to know about the full moon. They don't want to know you about the moon. All they tell you about is the sun. They tell you the moon's just a piece of, you know, a piece of rock. The moon is very, very powerful. The moon has an effect on your psyche. So when it's a full moon, things sound louder. When it's a full moon, people are way more emotional. People are more reactive. People are more crazy. If you ever notice, there's always things going on. There's always bad things, and crime go up on a full moon. It's actually recorded. There's more police calls and 9/11 calls, or 9/9. You know, there's more of these calls happening on a full moon. This is actually recorded. This is a true thing. It's because the moon enhances your mental state. If you are, you know, if you are very an emotional person, an impulsive person, a full moon comes around, you're going to be even more impulsive. Probably going to start pulling your own hair out. It's because it's very powerful. So when you do these, you know, that exercise I just told you of mental directed energy, which is a form of magic, you can do this on a full moon to manifest quicker, to have it more power. That's why you always see witches. You know, you always see these witches on a full moon. It's because it's very, very, very powerful. And witches always with cats. It's because cats transmute negative energy, and they can heal you. The Egyptians were obsessed with cats. They had cats around them all the time. And that's why you see cats have 9 lives. Why do cats have 9 lives? Because supposedly there are 9 dimensions, and they see all 9 of them. So it's symbolic for them having access to all 9 dimensions. So cats are very powerful. If you have a cat, you know, when they purr, that's very healing. The frequency they produce when they purr, they do that to cleanse your energy. They know you have bad energy. So when they purr, they know you have bad energy, and they're trying to heal that for you. So if cats come up to you, they're trying to heal you. Cats are very powerful. This is why witches keep cats, because they're always cleansing them of negative energy. Well, yeah, I think that's pretty much everything for this video, people. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Be very careful about what you plant in your subconscious. Definitely do their meditations. They're very powerful. Very, very powerful. Do them with headphones. You can't do them without headphones. Doesn't work. You will astral project, or you will have an altered state of consciousness if you follow the meditations of the gateway process. I've done them multiple times. Very powerful audios. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed this one. Feel free to get in the community, tell me what the next video to make. And there's no one in this, so I can't answer questions. So we're going to be doing live calls I'm going to do them every Saturday morning now. So Saturday morning is probably the best time to do them because people are off work. I've done it on a Friday today, and obviously no one's here because obviously people are at work. So I'm going to do them on Saturday mornings at like 10 o'clock UK time. They're going to be live calls every week from now on. Thank you all for joining the university. It's been a pleasure to share this knowledge with you. Have an amazing day. Today, we're going to be talking about numerology and the numbers. So first of all, the numbers that we see are the symbols used for numbers, because the numbers itself are not the symbols. Numbers are energy. They are things that exist within our consciousness. Everything we see exists in our consciousness. There is nothing outside of you that is not inside of you. So every number corresponds to you and your consciousness and your body, because as above, so below. What is without is within. So the symbols used to determine numbers are produced by the angles. So 1 has 1 angle, 0 has 0 angles. So we're looking at the angles of these symbols. They're also sigils. You see, what we see with our eyes is going into the mind, and the mind is determining what that symbol is. So essentially, symbols are mental. They trigger thoughts. They trigger things within your consciousness, within your subconscious. That's why symbols are very powerful. When you look at the symbol of Nike, when you visually see it, it triggers the association of thoughts within your consciousness. So symbols are very powerful. So the number 1 is God, the one source, the one consciousness, the one energy, the one all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. This represents God, which is a microcosm of you, your consciousness. That's why the number 1 is also determined as one line. One straight line means God. This is the one force of the universe. The one consciousness expressed in millions and billions and trillions of different life forms. You are God, I am God. That's why the Roman numerals I, the letter I, is 1. Because there is one God, one I am within all of us. Every single one of us refers to ourselves as I. I is the highest aspect of your being. You can't say anything above I. There is nothing above I. Well, there is. There's no thing. No, nothing. There's nothing above your I am, which is the void. But it's the consciousness within yourself that is God. It's the I am, where all things spring from. Everything springs from this consciousness within you, from this mind. So masculine is masculine, which is one line, because the number 1 is a masculine force. I'm not saying God is masculine. I'm saying the number 1 is a masculine number. It represents action. This is the pure force. Okay? This is the pure force of God, of consciousness. It's action. Consciousness takes action. Everything you've done in your life came from consciousness and is action. This is symbolized as an obelisk. You see this obelisk everywhere. You see it in Rome. You'll see it in Egypt. You will see it in pretty much every city. You'll see a straight obelisk represents the number 1, which is God. You see this in Washington, D.C. as well. If you go to Washington, and you will see the Vesica Pisces, and in the middle of the interwoven lines of the interwoven circles of the Vesica Pisces, you'll see the obelisk, because this is symbolizing the one, which then goes into 2. This represents you and God, you and the soul, the consciousness. This represents the yin and the yang energy of the whole universe. The universe is created by these two energies, these two polar opposite energies, which is represented in the physical world as the sun and the moon. The sun and the moon are physical manifestations of conscious and subconscious, male and female, positive and negative, light and dark, light and darkness. Everything that exists in light exists in darkness. You exist in a physical body, which is the light, and you exist in consciousness, in the darkness. You have a physical self, you have a non-physical self. You have a true self and an echo, which is the body. It also represents division. So this is division between spirit and matter, the consciousness and the body. You, your body, and God, the body and God, which is consciousness. It's the mirror, which is symbolized as the 2 pillars in Freemasonry. You have a left side of your body, you have a right side of your body. You have a left ear and a right ear. This is the number 2. You are split down the middle. Your body is split straight down the middle, and you have 2 sides of everything. And in between the 2 sides of everything, you have one consciousness in the middle of the brain, which is the number 1. And this is 2. So 2 represents the division, spirit and matter. Now, it also represents as above, so below. Your life is a reflection of your consciousness. Whatever is happening within your consciousness, mentally and emotionally, is manifested into your life, and that is your life. Your life is a reflection of your internal state. Every thought has led you to this very point in your life. Every action has led you to this very point in your life. And them actions started within mind or consciousness. So it represents as above, so below. Everything within your being is manifested from these 2 male and female energies, the left and the right hemispheres of your brain. Everything you do is created by these 2 energies. Okay. So you have the conscious, which is the light, the subconscious, which is the darkness. The conscious mind brings into light out of the darkness. So now what do I mean? The subconscious is the hidden aspect of your mind. This is the hidden self, the shadow self, where all of your little things that you do. Now, what's an example? Do you really love the person you're in a partnership with, or a relationship with? Or is it coming from a hidden aspect of yourself? Is it coming from a place of fear of being alone? Is it coming from a sexual desire within your subconscious? You see, there's a shadow self and a light self. The conscious mind brings into light what is in the subconscious. The number 3 represents the Trinity. This is why you always see God inside of a triangle. Well, sorry, it's not God, but inside of the triangle. This is the triad. Okay, this represents the 3 aspects of your consciousness: thoughts, emotions, and actions. These 3 things must be in harmony in order for you to manifest your desire. In order for your consciousness to create, there must be thought, an emotion, and an action. These 3 things are foundation for creation. You can't create without, well, you can, but they won't be to your maximum potential if you do not have these 3 aspects of yourself in balance. If you want to create and manifest your life, you can't sit there and meditate. You can't sit there and visualize all day long. Yes, this helps, and it helps reprogramming your mind, but you need the action. The action is one of the most important, but they need to be in balance. There must be thoughts, emotions, and actions. Now, the daytime represents action. Okay. The nighttime represents thoughts and action. At the nighttime, people tend to reflect. People are alone. You're by yourself mainly, or you're in bed. It's you and your mind. This represents the winter time also. The winter time also represents this inner state of reflection. And the summertime represents the action. So you must have these three aspects of yourself in harmony for you to manifest a desire that you want. It represents transformation. It represents new life, resurrection. Jesus was in the cave for 3 days, and then he had a resurrection, a new life, a transformation. So consciousness is always transforming into new and bigger things. Your consciousness is always expanding. It's always transforming into new ways of thinking, into new chapters of your life. I'm currently going through a new chapter in my life. Big things are changing. And it's the evolution of your consciousness. This is what the number 3 represents. 3 also represents, if you look at the cabalistic tree, you have the top 3 spheres. Now we're going to be going into the cabalistic tree. I'm going to be doing some lectures soon on it. But that is very so the top 3 spheres representing the triangle with the eye in it. If you know anything about Kabbalah, you'll understand. Now, number 4, this represents foundation. You have a 4-fold nature. You have 4 corners on a table. This is the foundation of yourself. Now, the foundation of yourself is mental, astral, etheric, physical, which is, you also have 4 directions: north, east, west, and south. 4 physical elements, 4 stages of consciousness, 4 seasons in the year, 4 gospels, 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Now, everything you've been told about the zodiac is pretty much an externalization of the zodiac. The 12 zodiac represents the 12 aspects of your soul, your consciousness. The stars are in your soul. As above, so below. What is above is inside of you. What is outside of you is inside of you. The stars are aspects of your consciousness. Now, this is why you have 4 gospels, because Jesus is symbolized in 4 different ways through the 4 gospels. You see him in the 4 types of, basically the 4 gospels are the 4 ways of portraying Jesus in the 4 aspects of consciousness, which are the 4 elements. Okay. So you have air, which is the mental aspect. You have fire, which is the spiritual aspect. You have water, which is the emotional aspect. And you have the earth, which is the physical aspect of yourself. These correspond with the 4 ways they portray Jesus in the 4 gospels. Okay. So this is also representing the foundations of consciousness. The 4 elements correspond with your consciousness. You have your body is a number 4. You have the cross. You have an upwards line and a horizontal line, and the cross section meets at the heart. Now, the heart is considered the sun. The soul is in the heart. Now, what is the soul? The soul is the essence of you, your personality, your level of charisma. When you think of someone. If you think of someone you absolutely love and you have a great connection with, you're not thinking about their body. Yes, you may think what they look like, but what is the non-physical version of that person you have if you don't think of their body? It's the soul of that person, their personality, that individuality. That's their soul. Now, the soul is in the heart. Your words, your actions all come from the heart. Your desire all comes from the heart. This is the soul, the Son of Man, the Son of God. The mind is the Father. The Son of God is the heart. You are the Son of God. Okay? So when Jesus is portrayed as Son, as the sun, you know, the sun you see in the sky. He always has the sun behind his head. Now, this represents the son of man, the soul of man, the heart of man, the core essence of someone. So that's what the sun is, because the sun in the sky corresponds with your heart. It corresponds with your heart. It's also on the cabalistic tree, it represents Teferot, the middle sphere, where all of the pathways on the tree connect to the middle sphere, which is the heart of man. We're going to be going to the Kabbalah soon. 5. So yeah, 4 represents the foundations of your consciousness. In your external world, this represents the foundation of manifestation. In order for you to build an empire, you must have 4 corners. You must have foundation. In order for you to have a table, you must have 4 corners. So 5 represents also the human body, because 5 now represents experience. This now represents the physical plane. Okay, this is the physical self. So if you notice, all of these numbers, 1 up to 4, is mainly about consciousness and the invisible side of yourself. Okay, mainly. But once you hit number 5, you're now starting to turn into matter, material. This is more material things now. 5 represents experience. You have 5 fingers on each hand. You have 5 senses. Your consciousness interacts with this material plane through the data of the 5 senses. The 5 points on your body. You are a star. You see this? This is the pentagram, a very sacred symbol. 5 represents how spirit manifests into physical. Sorry about what's it called? The spelling mistakes. I did this quite quick. This represents how spirit manifests into physical. It's the material world, the experience of spirit in matter. Jesus took 5 wounds on the cross. Jesus said, "Take no thought" 5 times. He pretty much says, meditate, take no thought. I forgot what verse it is. He says, take no thought 5 times. Why? Because you have 5 senses which are distracting you from connecting with the higher consciousness within you. You must turn off the 5 senses. Take no thought. And when thought is no longer present, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. The mind is always rambling on. It's always thinking different things, placing attention on different things, worries. Once there is no thought and there is no data from the 5 senses coming through, other aspects of your consciousness starts to open up. Now, this is how you can have mystical experiences. Now, Jesus on the cross took the 5 wounds. Jesus crucified on the cross. How did he get up to the cross? He carried the cross up the mountain, which represents elevation of consciousness. Then he was crucified. He took the 5 wounds, which represents turning off the 5 senses. And crucifixion is the sacrifice of yourself to the higher consciousness within you, to the Father. Sacrificing yourself to God. So 5 also represents sacrifice. Noah was 500 years old when he went on a mountain with God, and the earth was destroyed because Noah went on a mountain, elevation to God. You must elevate yourself to the higher consciousness. And God destroyed all of the flesh on the earth, which is the heart. Earth rearranged his heart. He killed all of the desire, because all desire comes from the heart. So what this represents, Noah's Ark is your brain. It's the ark. You raise yourself to the higher consciousness and you kill all of the flesh, all of the desire for physical things in the heart. And it's the purification of the heart. It's an allegory. Number 6 represents the physical world. This is the most physical number. 666. 6 God worship Drake represents the physical plane. You have 6 sides on a cube. There are 6 sides in the physical plane. You can go up, you can go down, you can go left, you can go right, you can go forwards and backwards. That is a 6-sided cube. Jesus turned 6 jars of water into wine. Water's emotion, wine is manifestation. He's turned his emotions into manifestation. It's all there. This is all numerology. 6 is the world of matter. 6 is also representing the lower mind. That's why you have 6, 6, 6. 3 represents, like I said, the thoughts, emotions, and actions. So you have 6 3 times. 6, 6, 6 is your thoughts, emotions, and actions, all contributing towards the physical world, which is the lower mind, the devil, the mark of the beast. You're placing all of your creational aspects, the 3 aspects of consciousness, into 6, which is the physical world. That's 6, 6, 6. 6 represents the creation, physical creation. There are 6 days of creation, and then God rested on the last day. It's the 7th day. It represents laws, doctrines, and physical things. The number 7. 7 chakras, 7 colors, 7 diatonic musical tones, 7 days of the week, the 7 visible planets, the 7 metals, everything's septenary. 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development. It's why you see the Masons use the G with the light. This is the light. This is your brain. Well, this is your arc. This is your head. G in the middle is your consciousness. 7. Okay, so 7. There are 7 visible planets, which are corresponding to the 7 days of the week. Monday for the moon, Sunday for the sun, Saturn day for Saturn. And these energies in the sky, the 7 visible planets, are inside of you. They represent 7 spheres of consciousness, 7 states of consciousness. Okay, so the 7 represents the awakened human, a higher level of spiritual and personal development, where one has used the 7 energies to raise his consciousness to the 7th state. It's the crown chakra. Most people are stuck in their surface level of their consciousness and operating on the surface level of their consciousness, and they need to move up. There are 7 states of consciousness, 7 chakras, 7 nerve centers, which correspond to the chakras. So essentially, this just represents a heightened state of consciousness, a completed state of consciousness of personal development. Number 8 represents regeneration, time, 8 points of space and time, eternity, rebirth. There's not really I can't find much information on the number 8, but I'm going off what I know. This represents regeneration. So when you look at the infinity symbol, it represents the number 8, or a torus field. It's regeneration of energy, regeneration, rebirth, time. The number 9, this represents higher perspectives. Jesus casted his net onto the right-hand side of the boat and found 153 fish, the right hemisphere of your brain. Casting the net to the right hemisphere of your brain, you'll find 153 fish, because 153 adds up to 9. You see higher perspective when you use the right hemisphere. It shows you a broad perspective. If you don't know about the brain hemispheres, go and watch the lecture under the real lectures section, and go and watch that. That will tell you everything you need to know about the left and right hemispheres of your brain. It also represents endings, completions, because you have 9 months in the womb. There are 9 moon cycles, because your body's created by the celestial spheres, by the energies of the celestial spheres, which are also inside of you. Your body's created in the moon. By the rotation of the moon, which is 9 months. The moon sounds like womb. And if you look on the cabalistic tree of life, you'll see this Yesod sphere, which is corresponding to the moon, because this is God up here manifesting, filtering consciousness through these spheres, then entering the moon, and then from the moon you enter the physical plane. It's the womb. It's why it corresponds with the womb. So number 9 represents higher consciousness, perspectives, feminine is 9 months in the womb. Number 10, this represents the returning back to source. This is everything goes from 1 to 9, then it goes back to the 1 again, 1 and 0. So this represents returning back to source, back to 0, back to the beginning, God. It's pure completion. So 0 and 1 is the binary code of this reality. You have 0 representing curves, which is feminine. You have line, which is 1. 1 is a line, which is the masculine. You can see this in the bodies. The masculine body is very liney. The feminine body is very curvy. You see this in the genital area. 0, the womb, and the line. 0 is the womb. 0 represents the nothingness, the womb. We'll go into that after. But anyways, so the number 10 is also representing nothing and God. 0 and 1. That is all that exists. Nothingness and God. That is it. Nothingness and consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Everything else is a shadow of consciousness. There is only nothing and God. 0 and 1. So there are 10 energies of consciousness. This is the cabalistic tree now. This is why there are 10 numbers, because the cabalistic tree shows, it's basically a blueprint of how consciousness manifests the physical plane. This corresponds on a macrocosmic scale, which is God, and a microcosmic scale, which is you, a microcosm of God. The macrocosmic scale represents how God manifested everything in the universe through consciousness. And then the microcosmic scale represents you manifesting from God into the physical world of God, of the manifested plane. So pure consciousness can't enter a physical vessel. It's too powerful. Consciousness is too powerful for it to enter a body. So what God did is filtered his consciousness through 10 energies, okay, which is the cabalistic tree, and basically filtered his consciousness through these spheres so that we could have a material plane. So this is where it gets very deep in the cabalistic teachings. So I advise you all to research the cabalistic tree. It's very, very interesting. And this is basically how God comes down through these spheres into the material plane. Each path corresponds with a lesson. You, on a microcosmic scale, are down here, but your consciousness can expand all the way back to source, because the mind has infinite possibilities. There is limitless possibilities with your mind. Your mind has the potential to grow and expand into new fields of thought and expand to know everything in the universe, which is basically pure enlightenment. Your mind has no limitation. The only limitation in your mind is the beliefs that you hold. The mind has infinite possibilities to expand beyond physical awareness to the consciousness of God. That's why humans are very, very powerful. Humans are made in the image of God, because we have the potential to expand our minds to God. So essentially, this also represents, on a microcosmic scale of you, the path back to source, the path back to Kether. Okay, I'm going to make a whole lecture on this, so we'll go into that another time. So this is why the word man adds up to 10. Adam, the first ever man created, adds up to 10, because 10 is the cabalistic tree. how one God, light, consciousness, manifests into matter or the body. So you are made in 10ness. You have 10 consciousness, 10 spheres of consciousness. You are made in the image of God. You are made to experience God's creation. You are made to expand your consciousness. You have been given the tools to awaken to the divinity within you. No other animal in this universe has the ability to awaken to its divinity. You have the ability. You've been given the tools to awaken. Everything is given to you so you can awaken. You have self-realization. A dog can't look in the mirror and look at his faults, look at how he can improve. A dog can't do that. A cat can't do that. A human can. A human can look at himself in the mirror and say, I need to improve here. I need to do this. If you keep feeding a dog, it will just keep on eating forever. But if you keep doing that to a human, at one point, they will stop and say, I can't do this. It's self-realization. We possess a very advanced consciousness. This is why we're made in the image of God. So yeah, the significance of 10 underscores the fact that all humans are created in the image and likeness of God. Yeah, so this is a new section from the New Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, which is coming very soon. The number 0, the cosmic womb, nothingness, no thing. Beyond mind is nothing, void. So if you go into meditation, this is a very deep thought, actually. Once you go past the mind, there's nothing. And that's essentially what you are. You are nothing. You don't actually exist, but you do exist. It's a polarity. Beyond the mind is nothing. The mind is not physical. Your consciousness is not physical. They're not made, thoughts are not made of atoms. Emotions are not made of atoms. Your body is made of atoms. Once you go past the mind, there is nothing. It's a black void. And that's where everything springs from. All creation comes from the void. All things seen come from the unseen. Thoughts manifest out of nothingness. Mind is the realm of infinite possibility, infinite expansion. These are very deep thoughts. A lot of people aren't going to understand this, but for the people who are quite advanced and deep thinkers, they're going to understand this. Essentially, the universe is nothingness, but out of this nothingness, so think of it like this: the highest realm in the universe is nothingness, pure void, pure nothingness. Then after nothingness, there is infinite potential, infinite, limitless thoughts, which is the mind. Mind is the realm of infinite thoughts and infinite possibilities. There's nothing you cannot not think of. Everything is possible in the mind. This is why the universe is constantly expanding. It's the expansion of mind. The universe is one mind expanding through information and thought. So anyways, you got a bit off topic there. That's essentially what the numbers are, how they correspond with yourself, and the real interpretations of numbers. There is nothing external. There is nothing external in the universe. Everything you see is inside of you, including the stars, the planets, and zodiac. Everything is inside. So you must understand this. So thank you all for watching this video. I hope you all learned something. Look forward to connecting with you all. Hello. And today we're going to be talking about sex, sacred energy exchange. Now, what you must understand is that your energy, everything that your physical body is doing is coming from the ether. So your energy of your body, your aura, is all etheric. And this is the life force behind your body. And this is what you are exchanging when two people interact. When you interact, you are exchanging this etheric life force energy, which is very, very powerful. Now, the sexual energy within the human is the most powerful energy and the most powerful emotion that you could possibly feel. This is why lust is so hard to come over, especially when you're addicted to watching them dirty websites, because the power of the sexual emotion completely takes over the body, takes over the mind, it takes over the spirit. It's so powerful, and that's why it's personified as the serpent tempting you. And you can see the serpent in the letter S, because S is the energy, the sexual energy, the serpent energy, the kundalini energy. It's all related. Now, sex is a very, very sacred thing, and it should not be performed with just anyone and anything. You are exchanging not only sacred energy, your etheric life force energy, you are exchanging DNA. Every time you even kiss someone, you're exchanging your DNA and their DNA with each other, which is altering both of your DNA. Now, when sex is performed, you have the masculine and the feminine coming together, the fire and the water. Water represents femininity, or the what's it called? Yeah, feminine, and then fire represents masculine. And you can see this in the triangles. Now, fire goes upwards in a triangle and water goes downwards. So this is why it's that way in the alchemical symbols. These are very ancient symbols. These symbols are thousands and thousands of years old to represent the fire and water, masculine and feminine. Males have a fire nature. When a man is truly masculine, he has a fire nature. He's action taking. He's not aggressive, but you know what I'm trying to say. Aggressive in taking action. Electricity, doing, leading. That is a masculine role. It represents the conscious mind. The feminine represents the water, the emotion, the emotional side of consciousness. Submissive, cleansing, very taking care of things, nurturing. This is the divine masculine and feminine. They are two polar opposites. They are completely different. So if you don't understand your woman, or you don't understand your boyfriend, you must understand that he is the complete opposite of the way you think. If you want to understand her, you must think the complete opposite of you. Male, we think logically. Females, they think emotionally. And we must balance them in our own beings as well. The male must become more emotional, and the female must become more logical to have balance. Anyways, I'm getting off track. When these two come together, this is when creation happens. When the two polar opposites come to one and unify, which is the Star of David. When this unifies, this is when creation happens. This is very, very powerful. This is when birth happens. It also happens when we balance the two hemispheres of our brains. When we sync the hemispheres of the brain, and if you've been doing the meditations in the meditation section, and you've been doing the hemispheric, CIA gateway process, that's when you are born again. That's when you're born into spirit, into your consciousness. And the two hemispheres, left masculine, right feminine, when these sync, you become born again. You can have out of body experiences. It's the same with when two male and females come together, creation happens. Now, what you must understand is that everything you do physically has an astral counterpart. Everything you do is done in the astral plane as well. This is why, the ancients used to wear symbols, because symbols are very powerful. I'll make a whole other lecture on symbols. But everything you do is done on the astral as well, because you are in the astral now. You are in the etheric plane. You are in the mental plane. You are in each one of these planes now. And these planes are so important for you to understand reality. You can't, live your life without understanding these realities. I'm sure there's lectures on this. There's loads of lectures on this that I've done. Go check them out if you don't know what these planes are. So this is the physical plane. This is your body. This is where they keep you. Three-dimensional awareness. They keep your mind, which is up here, trapped in physicality through the Newtonian way of thinking. The Newtonian science is trapping your mind in physicality. They changed everything, you see. So the ancients knew that they were the universe experiencing itself. They were a microcosm of the universe. The body is a miniature earth, and their mind was the universe. This is how the ancients thought, and this is how I think. This is how I know. However, the Newtonian way of science came in to disconnect us from the universe, and came in and said, no, you are in a universe and you are not the universe. That's what they teach now. They teach that you are just inside of a physical creation. They trap you in physicality. They tell you that your mind is just activity of the brain, which is not true. Once you understand these planes, once you have an out-of-body experience, you then understand these planes. They are very, 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 very real. So magic is all to do with the astral plane, and sex is a form of magic. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. Everything you do is a ritual because you do it in the astral as well. So when sex is performed, you are actually entangling your emotional and astral light bodies. So this is what happens. So you have an astral contract. You can do these in many different ways when it comes to, magic. You can do these in many different ways. And when people sell their souls, or quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, they're not selling their soul. You're gaining an astral contract with these entities on the other side. So astral contracts can be made in many different ways. It can be done by exchanging blood. It can be done by casting spells on people, powerful spells and spell casting. It can be done in many different ways, but sex is one of the ways where you create an astral contract. You are now entangling that person with yourself. You are because the emotions exist on the astral plane. So emotions are entangled. So my emotions, let's say I had sex with someone years down the line, or even the next day, their emotions will affect you, and their internal state will affect you. Their mental state will affect you. You are entangling each other on an astral level. You see, the astral plane is the realm of imagination. It's the realm of light. And this is where you're becoming entangled. And you are placing each other in your hearts, because your heart never forgets anything. This holds all of the important things. The heart is kind of like a brain. Well, it is a brain. It has 40,000 neuron cells, which are the same in the cranial brain. That was a science discovery recently. So your heart is a brain. It's the emotional brain. However, it stores different things than the cranial brain. So when you have sex, you're creating astral contracts. So this is why the ancients always said, never have sex before marriage. You're marrying each other on the astral when you do this. You're marrying each other. And this is why Christianity, Buddhism, or all these different religions, they tell you not to have sex with just random people. They tell you not to have sex until you are married. This is why. Because all of these modern day teachings that we have all stem back thousands and thousands of years to these teachings, what I'm telling you, of the occult, of the esoteric. But this is hard to believe because you've been told your whole life you're just a physical being. It's not true. Your emotions are not physical. So now that you understand these planes, so what happens when you get someone pregnant? Now, the woman is the master builder. She has been chosen to carry a portal between the spiritual realm and the physical realm, the astral and the physical. That's what the woman is, a womb woman. This is very powerful, and it's being suppressed. Our whole lives, we don't really get told what the womb is, how it even works, how it creates a whole human being. It turns a single cell into a whole human living being. That is how powerful the womb is. And they suppress this knowledge, and it's hidden within secret societies because they don't want you to know how powerful women truly are. Women are very powerful. You see, women are more, they protect the spiritual side of man, while the man protects the woman physically. You see, the man is he represents physicality. The woman represents spirituality. Spirit and matter, light and dark. That's what it represents. And the woman holds a portal. So once you ejaculate into a woman, this now creates a portal within the astral plane. Now, what did I say? What sex is? It's a ritual. Remember that there are higher astral planes, there are middle planes, and there are lower planes. Rituals are either summoning the higher astral plane or the lower astral plane or the middle. So when you do this ritual, sex is a ritual, you are either summoning higher beings or lower beings, depending on the type of depending how you do the ritual. If you do sex and engage in low vibrational sex based on lust, based on desire, based on no true feelings, there's no passion in the sex, there's no feelings between you two, you are engaging in low vibrational sex for your own pleasure. But remember, you can't fake in the astral plane. The astral plane works on vibration. The physical plane, you can fake it. But if I could see you in the astral plane, I could see you for your raw form. I would see your vibration. I would see your mind manifesting the way you think. You see, so in the astral, you can't fake it. You are your raw form. You can see people's soul in the astral. You can see, because everything you think is manifested into the astral. And the way you think is affecting your astral body. So in the astral, most people are walking around as demons because they're that negative. Their mind spaces are so negative, and they're literally demons. Their souls are so dark, they're not light. So anyways, the way I was getting on is that when you perform sex, you need to do it properly, or else you will incarnate a low vibrational soul into your child, a sun. The sun in the sky represents the soul. You're bringing a soul into the physical plane. That's what you're doing when you have sex, when you impregnate a woman. Now, you can do this consciously. You can soul invoke ritual. It's called the soul invoking ritual. I'm talking about it in the new book, Book of Wisdom Volume 2. It'll be ready for you guys very soon. You'll have early access to it if you're inside the university. So when you have sex and you're engaging in low vibrational sex, the vibration is so low in the astral, you're manifesting lower astral entities. And when you open that portal in the lower astral, you're going to get a lower astral soul into the woman. Okay? So this is why you need to make sure that you are doing it properly. And when you have a child, you want to make sure that you perform the ritual properly in a high vibrational state. Because remember, everything you do is in the astral. As above, so below. So to ensure this process attracts the right high vibrational soul, you need to create the environment. So first, you need to purify the space by banishing negative energy through the use of burning herbs such as sage, rosemary, or bay leaves. Ancients used to do this. We still do this today. Burning these, because remember, everything has an astral body. Everything you see has an astral form. So when you use, the ancients knew the qualities and the different meanings of different leaves. So they'd use these leaves to burn, to clear and banish negative energy in the astral around them. So you use them, you burn the area, and you cleanse the area. And then before engaging in the sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on raising their energy and the frequency of the surroundings and themselves. This is achieved by chanting high vibrational words of light, setting positivity, loving intention. Both partners need to align their intent with love, light, and high vibrational emotions During the sexual act, maintain deep sense of love and passion to enhance the ritual's effectiveness. By focusing on high vibrational energies, the couples can invoke higher astral entities and create a favorable environment for the conception of a soul that resonates with these frequencies. By carefully preparing the space and aligning their intentions, the couple can potentially influence the type of soul that enters the physical plane, the world. You must do this. You must be very, very careful. I mean, you're going to love your child either way, don't get me wrong, but this is, if you're going to have a child, do this. I'm not going to say you're incarnating a demon into your world, but if you don't do this, but I'm just trying to raise awareness, you know, I'm just trying to give you this stuff and aware you on these topics. Or you could even do a manifestation ritual with sex. Sex is very, very powerful. The energy is very high. The frequency is very high of sex. So obviously begin by purifying the area again. Before engaging in sex magic ritual, both partners should focus on elevating the energy and frequency of the surroundings. And then once you do this, you both need to set the intent of what you want to manifest. As sexual energy is very, very potent, and it provides strong foundation for manifesting intentions. And during sex, the woman's subconscious is wide open, okay? Because she represents the subconscious mind. It's the feminine aspect of the mind. And he represents the conscious mind. And during sex, the woman is submissing to the man. So her subconscious is wide open. So when you think and feel during this sexual intercourse, you are rapidly reprogramming the subconscious mind by, you know, vividly imagining and emotionally experiencing the desired reality that you want during the sex. And this is how you can rapidly reprogram your subconscious. And this will bring something into existence. It can have very powerful effects. See, magic is all about influencing, you know, the astral, or influencing the subconscious, or influencing magnetism. Magic is magnetism. So that's essentially what you could do. So you could take a screenshot of this and do that. So the woman in the womb is the woman takes the energies of the 12 celestial constellations and takes this energy, harvests this energy, and manifests the baby inside of the womb. The womb is a magnetic womb. She represents magnetism. The woman represents magnetism, the subconscious, and the moon, and emotion, and water, all the feminine aspects of creation. So what are you made out of? You're made in water. Water is very powerful as well. They don't tell you about what water truly is. Water is very, very powerful. Water is conscious. Water is intelligence. All of the elements are intelligent. All of the elements are etheric. They're ethereal beings. They're ethereal spirits. And so essentially, you're being created from the 12 constellations and the 7 planets. That's why your body is ruled by the 12 constellations, because your body is created by the 12 constellations. And you are created out of 12 cell salts for the 12 constellations. And you are, in fact, mineral deficient in at least 3 of these cell salts or constellations, because you are in the womb for 9 moons. You're in the womb for 9 moons. The moon is the womb. Okay? The moon represents the womb. Your soul comes through the astral, through the moon, and into the woman. That's the portal. The moon is the portal. The moon is heavily connected with the astral plane. So that's why they say there's souls in the moon and it collects souls, because it technically does. It's connected to the astral. So what's happening when you are born? You're born in 9 moons, okay, because the woman's directly connected with the cycle of the moon. That's why she has a menstrual cycle every moon. Every 28 days, the 28 days of the cycle of the moon, she'll have an egg, because fertility is directly connected with the moon and the cycles of the moon. So you're in for 9 moons, and you are mineral deficient in at least 3 of these constellations. So you definitely need to find out what constellations you don't have in your chart, and you need to make sure that you're getting them cell salts into your body, or else this can manifest into something. But as long as you're obviously healthy, you should be fine. But this, if you want to take your health to the next level, this is called medical astrology. This is famous in like Chinese astrology as well, Chinese medicine and stuff like that. So yeah, tantric sex. This is where you do not release your fluids. You shouldn't be releasing your sexual fluids, people. You should not be doing it. This is very, very powerful. And in fact, semen is the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. It has high amounts of etheric energy. When you release, you feel like you feel dead. You feel like the soul's been sucked out of you. You feel like there's nothing in you. You feel so depleted when you release your fluids, because it's so powerful. It has so much life force, so much etheric energy, so much astral energy, so much minerals. See, this is why so many people are mineral deficient. They may be eating everything they can, like they're really healthy, but if you're releasing every day, that's where all your minerals are. Think about it. That fluid can create a whole other human being. That fluid has all the essential minerals in your body, and it's put into another human being to create another human being. So when you keep it inside of your body, you first of all, you get an increase of energy. Second, you stop lusting once you stop touching yourself all the time, and the body recycles these minerals. It absorbs the minerals in the semen and uses it for itself. This is how sacred. So yes, it's considered the astral liquid of the soul. That's what semen is. So when you have sex, you need to have. There is a way you can have internal orgasms, which can activate the Kundalini. This is now a very, very hard practice. It's called tantric sex, and it's very powerful. It can activate the Kundalini. You can use this for spiritual awareness and gaining more, gaining more spiritual enlightenment by doing this. And basically what you're trying to do is not release the fluids, so you're edging, not release, but internalize the orgasm, and you can shoot the semen up the spine. And this is how another way you can raise the chrism to the brain and activate the pineal gland and 100% of your brain cells. So this is another way. You will have to do a bit of research on that, but I've done a little bit of research, but I don't know the full practices and stuff like that. But it's definitely a true thing. All of this is very, very powerful. Sex is very, very powerful. So be careful who you have sex with. Only have sex with people who you think you're going to have a future with, because you're going to have an astral contract with that person. There are ways to banish them through, magic rituals and stuff like that. But I don't know that. I'll do some research and have a look into that for you people, because I'm sure there is some people who can feel they have attachments to people. And that is partly because of the heart. The heart never forgets things. The heart's deeply connected to the subconscious. So yes, I hope you all enjoyed this. And Book of Wisdom Volume 2 will be ready soon for you people. You will all get a PDF for free if you are inside the Ethereal University. Just want to say thank you all for the amazing support. There's lots and lots of content coming soon. Cosmology, numerology, that will be coming soon as well. And yeah, hopefully the Book of Wisdom will be ready for the end of the month, and you'll all have over 200 pages to be reading on new topics, new occultism, new symbolism, and life-changing knowledge. Thank you all, people. Please feel free to leave a comment underneath this video. Let me know some video ideas. And yeah, we're doing live calls now every Saturday. every single Saturday. I release like the time on the Friday, what time I'll be doing it, and there'll be live calls. Join me, ask me questions. I'll be doing a lecture, and then at the end you can ask me questions and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you all, people. Signs you need to detox. This is an important one, people. And a lot of the things that are happening with our bodies in the modern society is just considered as normal. But these things that I'm going to go over are not normal. They are signs you need to detox. So the first sign we have is a runny nose. Runny nose means there is too much mucus in the body. The mucus is forming from the acidic food that we are placing into our body. So every time we consume something that is unnatural and something that was not produced by the earth, the body does not know what the food is. Therefore, the body has to attack it. So if the body did not have mucus, it creates the mucus to attack it so that it can help the body in detox from the chemicals and the things in these foods. So essentially, mucus is not bad. It's the body's defense mechanism. However, too much mucus will create blockages within the body, and especially in the sinuses in our head. And this is what we get runny noses from. It's too much mucus in our sinuses. Our sinuses are blocked, and this can lead to breathing problems and all sorts of things. Like, you don't want too much mucus in your body. So runny nose is a sign that you have too much mucus in your body and you need to detox. The next sign is a yellow tongue. This is a sign of unnatural foods. This is waste. This is toxic chemicals on the tongue left over. When you place something natural into your tongue, it will leave very minimal residue, and it will not stain your tongue because it is natural. It's produced by the earth. When you place something natural into your body that was grown by the earth and produced by the earth, it becomes one with the body. It assimilates with the body. The body recognizes it, and it can digest it properly without fighting it. So by placing, all these food colorings, chemicals, seed oils, essentially this is what all of this residue is. It's leftover waste. And if your tongue is looking like this, imagine what your colon and your gut looks like if your tongue is showing this. Yes, you need to detox if you have this on your tongue. This is a healthy tongue. No issues, no residue left over. Yes, don't get me wrong, you can clean these with the scrapers, but you're just placing a plaster on top of the main problem. You're placing a plaster just by scraping all this grime off. You shouldn't have it in the first place, so therefore you need to detox and go on a cleanse. The next sign is body odor. So what they have done is gave you all of this toxic chemicals, food and seed oils, and because they knew that your body would stink after consuming these foods, they go and sell you more toxic seed oils and chemicals with what we call aftershave or deodorant. So it's just you're putting more chemicals on your body, and you're just going to smell more and more and more. You should not be using deodorant. Deodorant is filled with harmful chemicals, disrupt the hormones of your body. It's going to cause inflammation, cause skin issues, and it's all going into your blood. All of these chemicals you're putting onto your skin is going to go straight into your blood and poison you. So essentially, body odor is an unhealthy gut. It's basically the food that is rotting inside of you. The stench of this food is sweating outside of you, coming outside of your body, because that's what sweat is. Sweat is just the body removing toxins from the body. Okay, so when you are sweating and it smells, this means you really do have to address something that is internal within you, and you have to go on a detox. So essentially, this is what it is. It's a rotting gut. The next sign is smelly breath. It's the same thing. It's not even your breath. Your breath does not smell. Your mouth does not smell. It's your gut that is smelling. All the stench is finding a way out, and what you're smelling is someone's gut when you smell their breath or your breath. And it's the seed oils, it's the toxic food, the unnatural foods, and the garbage. This is what it is. It's all of the unnatural foods that is accumulating, and the metabolic waste that is left within the colon. Inflammation. This is a very common. Everyone nowadays has these bellies. Literally everyone, even if they're skinny, even if it's very common, because the foods that we are eating are very unnatural. It's filled with seed oils, chemicals, food colorings, and GMOs, and essentially the body does not know what to do with it, so it stores it and it wastes it. The body cannot digest it. So what you're seeing here is an expanded gut. This is their colon expanded outwards. It's so inflamed. Every time you eat something unnatural, you are essentially, every time you eat something unnatural, your body produces inflammation every single time. And this inflammation over time, the more you eat this unnatural food, because every time you inflammate something, it's weakening that organ. So the more you keep inflammating it, the weaker and the weaker and the weaker it's getting. So this is why we need to detox. If you have this, if you have this bloated stomach, this is leftover waste in your colon. This is leftover waste in all of your body. This is also an inflamed gut. This shows that your gut is not in good health, and it really needs to flatten out like this one. This is a healthy gut, nothing hanging over, flat. That's a healthy gut, and this is what you should be aiming when we come to detoxing. The next sign you need a detox is farting. This is unnatural. You should not be doing it. This is a sign that you have waste in you. This is a sign that you are blocked, because the air in between your colons is finding a way out through all the food and the waste, and it's coming out. It's a sign that you are blocked, and it's a sign that you have waste inside of you. You should not be doing this. This is very unnatural, and it's also a sign that you're eating too much solid foods. The air in your colon is finding a way through the foods, and you're eating too much solid food, and it's blocking you up. The next sign is acne. This is unnatural. They should not be having acne. It's waste coming out of the body. So if the body cannot sweat it out, if the body cannot poo it out, if the body cannot wee it out, if your body cannot do any of these, if all of the detoxing elimination processes of the body are blocked, this is when it comes through the skin. It's pretty much the last chance your body can get of getting rid of all the waste. So if it can't do all of these elimination processes, which are fairly natural, it will push it through the skin. And this is what we are seeing with acne. Acne is just undigested food. It's waste. It's seed oils. It's GMOs all coming through the skin. So if you want to get rid of this, it's so simple. Just get rid of all the unnatural foods. And when I say unnatural foods, I mean everything unnatural. GMOs, seed oils. When I say unnatural, everything falls under that. Chocolate, all of these things that are not produced by nature, cut them out. You do not need them. So this is also blackheads. Blackheads just also more toxic and waste. Yes, depending on your environment and where you work in, like say you're a plasterer and there's a lot of dust, this can contribute towards your skin. I'm not saying it's all waste, but normally when you are in bad environments, it's normally blackheads, not spots. Spots is more undigested food. Blackheads is more of like environment based. Another one, headaches. Headaches is another sign you need to detox. If you're getting constant headaches, it's also a sign that you are not getting enough H3O2 or H2O to your brain. Also means that there's not much oxygen in the brain. This is also a sign you need to detox, because if there's not enough oxygen getting to your brain, this means your blood is not working properly, and the blood is not working properly because the rest of the body is not working properly. So it's a sign you need to detox. Another one, this is constipation. Constipation is a sign that you are blocked, your bowels are blocked, your colon's blocked, your gut is blocked. From the solid and unnatural foods and the seed oils that you are consuming is essentially blocking up your colon, so you can't get rid of it, or you find it hard going to the toilet. It's because all of this waste you see here, this is all food, leftover food. You would be surprised how much food is inside of you, especially if you have a bloated gut like I just showed you. You have a lot of food in you, like a lot. You have probably food left over from last week inside of your body, and it's rotting away. And this is what causes sickness, illness, parasites. It's the food, people. The food is the problem. Low energy, like I just said, all of these signs that I'm showing you, it's all the same cause, the unnatural foods. Low energy is essentially your body's not getting enough minerals. Your body's not getting the electricity. Your body runs off electricity. Every single cell in your body is conducting electricity. Your body is a technological, electrical machine. So low energy means you're not getting enough electricity in your body, or your body is using all of your energy to get rid of toxins and waste in your body. Let's say you have a very bloated stomach. All of your energy and your electrical energy is going towards the gut so it can help fight off all of this poison in our gut. And that's essentially what tiredness is if we're not getting enough energy. So these are all the signs that we've gone through. And in the next few videos, we'll be going over on how to detox. If you have any of these signs, please carry on watching on the next few lessons, and you really need to detox. Hello, beautiful students. Let's get into healing. Stage 1 of cleansing the body. All disease starts in the colon. Before trying to heal, we must remove leftover metabolic waste from the colon and the body. The body cannot heal unless it has the right environment. So let's say you want to start and heal your body. Before you can heal that body, you have to remove all of this waste. What happens if you go and place an apple next to a molding apple? The fresh apple you just placed next to the molding apple will start to mold with the molding apple. So if you started now, today, and you have all of this leftover waste in your body and you started consuming good foods, yes, it will benefit you. However, it's going to take a lot longer for you to heal because you have not removed this moldy stuff inside of you. So we have to address the colon before we can go on and heal the body. You have to cleanse before you heal. You have to regenerate the body and create a good environment. Because what happens when you cut yourself? Your body healed. Your body knew how to heal that wound that you cut. Your body knows how to heal from anything that you have with your body. You just have to give it the right environment. So, orange fruits, this is for cleansing. Green fruits, this is for detoxification. Red fruits, this is for the blood. Even the strawberry looks like a heart. So, for 2 weeks, you need to do the following. You need to go on a fruit-only diet for 2 weeks. This fruit is amazing for cleansing the body because it contains H3O2, which is structured jelly water. This is the real water that your body needs. It needs H3O2. This is why when you drink gallons and gallons of H2O, which is just liquid water, you'll end up just weeing it all out. It's because your body cannot intake, well, it can intake that water, don't get me wrong, but mainly it needs this H3O2, which can only be found in fruits. Crystallized, structured water. So when we place this jelly water into our body through the fruits, this is what helps cleanse, push out waste from the digestive system. It will remove things from the digestive system because it's like jelly. It's beautiful for the digestive system. So essentially, this is what your colon looks like if you're trying to heal and you have issues with your body. You have a blocked colon. So therefore, the disease, the leftover food is all accumulating in your gut, which is your, pretty much your first brain. And you're getting all sorts of parasites and issues with the rest of the body because this is clogged. So with the fruit-only diet, I recommend grapes, watermelon, blueberries, or papaya. It's best to stick to a very minimal amount of fruit. Now, what do I mean? I mean, not as in how much you eat. You can eat as much as you want fruit during this 2 weeks. I mean, try and only have 1 or 2 different fruits. Why? Because you want to minimalize the energy your digestive system uses. Because by consuming 1 or 2 fruits for 2 weeks, you are not giving the body breads, nuts, different foods which contains different enzymes for it to be broken down. Your body doesn't have to detect many different things and break it all down individually. If you're only taking in 2 different foods or maybe even 1 different fruits, it's going to minimalize the work of the digestive system. And this will use less energy. So this means it saves energy now for your body to heal other parts of the body while you are cleansing. So when you consume this fruit, this 1 only fruit or 2 fruits or 3, whatever, you're going to push all of the waste out. You're going to get all of the solid blockages, all of the solid foods and leftover things on the walls of the colon out. And during this 2 weeks, you want to have herbal teas. This will help detoxify the body and get rid of the excess mucus. This will give body minerals as well, because don't get me wrong, fruit has a lot of minerals, but we need to make sure we're keeping on top of the minerals if we're just consuming fruit. So herbal teas like sarsaparilla, dandelion root or dandelion, elderberries, and cheney root, and nettle leaf. Nettle leaf is very, very powerful for your kidneys. Your kidneys is what filters the blood. Okay, so when you take nettle leaf, you can have a teaspoon of these nettle seeds or nettle leaf nettle seeds, sorry. The nettle leaf is good, but use that in the teas. But if you're going to have teaspoons, have the nettle seed and just place it into a drink and drink it or whatever. Nettle seed is very good for helping and strengthening the kidneys, which helps detoxify the blood. It filters the blood properly, and which will then filter the oxygen to the brain and the oxygen to the rest of the body. So nettle leaf is very good. But you can get them all and mix them all. You can get sarsaparilla, dandelion, elderberry, and cheney root, and literally mix them all into 1 tea. And this will be very powerful. You also want to, if you can, get your hands on some organic sea moss. Sea moss will give you, 92 of the minerals that your body is made out of. Your body's made of 102. Sea moss has around 92 to 100 minerals that your body's made of. So sea moss is a very good way to get all of the minerals in. Key limes, these are very, very, very powerful for detoxing the body and cleansing the body, and very good for the digestive system to get rid of that waste. No tap water, and drink either fresh spring water with no added chemicals or freshly squeezed fruit juices. So get yourself a juicer and juice your own fruits. Don't get me wrong, this can be costly. However, your health is the most important thing. You could have you could have trillions of pounds But if you don't have your health, how are you going to spend and enjoy that money? Your health is the biggest currency, it's the biggest wealth. So if you don't know how to make herbal teas, this is how to make them. Like I said before, I recommend nettle seed, sarsaparilla, dandelion, and cheney root. Dandelion's very good for the heart. Sarsaparilla has very high in iron. Nettle seed, very good for the kidneys. Cheney root, very high in iron. Step 1, place a cup of spring water into a pot. Place the herbs into the water. You can either leave this pot with a lid on overnight, because when you leave these herbs in the water with the lid on, the water can then soak in all of the minerals and all of like the things coming out of the herbs. So you can do this for more powerful and potent one. Leave it out overnight, or just for a couple of hours, maybe even just 2 hours or an hour. This will increase the potency of the tea. Or you can just literally just whack it in and start to boil it. Boil the water on medium heat for 5 minutes. Strain the herbs and pour the water into the mug. You can then add sea moss gel into your herbal tea, key limes or cayenne pepper or soursop leaf powder or any sorts of nice powders and natural powders. Place that into your tea as well. This is all going to contribute towards helping the body heal. So once you do this for 2 weeks, what do you expect? How do you know if it's a successful cleanse? First of all, you're going to get very, very clear skin. If you've stuck to the fruit-only diet and taking all these herbs and the sea moss, your skin will clear up in a matter of a week and you'll have beautiful, glowing skin. This is an indication that your inner body and inner world is now starting to clear up, because your skin is an external manifestation of the internal body. You'll get no headaches. You'll have higher energy levels because the body is not clogged. There's not much energy being used in the digestive system. So you'll have to be used in all different parts of your life. Expect weight loss, but it's not weight loss. You don't lose weight, you lose impurities. Of all the mucus, you're getting rid of all the blockages, all the leftover waste, the leftover food. All of that will come out of you, and this will essentially make you lose weight. But it's not weight, it's waste. That's what it is. And you will more than likely go from a inflamed stomach, inflamed gut, bloated, to a more flat stomach. Okay, don't worry if it looks like this perfect, but as long as it goes down a bit, then you know that you've had a very good cleanse. If it hasn't gone down, then you need to carry on doing the cleanse for another week or so until it starts to go down and your skin starts to clear up and all the sorts of things. But you have to stay disciplined. Discipline is the most important thing. You are not going to heal overnight, because the reason why you are not healed now, or the reason why you are sick now or have issues with your body, is because you've had decades, or maybe like a couple decades, of eating waste and eating toxic, unnatural foods. So it's not an overnight process. However, you can heal your body just the natural way. You have to be disciplined, you have to be willing, you have to be thinking positive and feeling positive, and all of this will contribute towards your health, because every thought is obviously impacting the body. We'll go over that in another lecture. So this is what to expect. You will lose weight, which is just losing impurities. Do this for 2 weeks and then move on to step 2, which we'll go over into the next lesson. So cleansing is the most important stage of healing, is because you cannot heal without the waste gone. It's essentially the most important part. You cannot do anything. You cannot move forward. You cannot start to heal the body unless you remove the waste. Hello, people. Stage 2 of healing, fasting. Fasting gives the ability and gives the digestive system a break allowing the body to redirect energy towards healing and repairing the body. Like I said in the last lesson, what happened when you cut yourself? When you cut yourself, your body knew how to heal the body. Now that your body is in the right condition through the cleansing process, once your body has now got rid of all of that waste, you can now start to fast. Because let's say you started to fast with all of that waste inside of you, you're going to have a heavy detoxification in that fast. You're going to get headaches, you're going to get, sweats, all sorts of horrible, heavy detoxification. And this is not the most efficient way to fast. Now you've gone through that cleansing phase of getting rid of the waste, you can now fast. Your body now has minerals. Your body is now healthier for you to go without food. There is no risk with fasting. Your body can last at least up to people have fasted up for 3 months or something like that. People have gone very, very long on fasting, and depending on how healthy your body is, depends on how long you can do the fast. So studies suggest, your body produces stem cells once 2 days of fasting has gone. So what stem cells are, they are basically these cells which are generated in your body to then latch onto another cell or basically mimic another cell. It has the ability to mimic any cell it wants and become that cell. So basically these stem cells will go out to the body and produce cells that are needed to heal the body. So when you fast and your body is no longer spending a lot of energy, because a lot of your energy is used digesting food. So once that energy is now no longer being used, your body is now redirecting this energy to produce and healing things for the body, like stem cells. So this is why fasting is so important. A fast of 1 day water fast is what I don't recommend, but this is what I do. I'm not a health advisor. But if I was a beginner, I would do a 1 day water fast or herbal teas and juicing fast. So during this fast, you will not consume anything for 24 hours. You do this once a week or once every 2 weeks. And stick to this for a couple of weeks until you become used to fasting. Okay. While you are fasting, you still need to stick to your fruit-only diet because this will heal the body quickly. While you're healing, you want your body, your digestive system, not to be using much energy. So let's say you've done the cleansing phase, but then you went straight back on heavy food like meat, bread and stuff like that, pasta, this will slow down your healing because it's very heavy food. It takes longer for it to digest. It takes more energy. You need to give the digestive system a break. Do not worry about your weight. Just let your body detox. You might lose, a fair bit of weight. However, this is necessary. Your body is getting rid of the toxic mucus and the toxic waste. Once you are done losing the weight and you have fasted and you have healed, you can then start to put on good weight with good healthy food. The weight that you currently have now, if you're watching this, is more than likely toxic waste and toxic weight on your body. So 1 day every week or 2 weeks is very good. And what I personally do is drink herbal teas during these fasts. Like I said, with the herbs I recommended. I also take cayenne pepper. I'll have a juicing. So when I freshly squeezed juices like watermelon juice, seeded grape juice, or seeded apple juice, I will add just a teaspoon of cayenne pepper. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for activating and the digestive system, like pushing stuff out of the digestive system. It helps blood flow. and it's amazing. Cayenne pepper is very, very good for the body. So I add that into my juices. It doesn't really count as adding to a fast because it'll go straight. No, sorry, not adding to a fast. It doesn't really count stopping the fast because it's just a powder. So drink juices, herbal teas. You can either drink sea moss as well. Just make sure it's like a liquid. You only want liquids in the body. You do not want to activate that digestive system. And yeah, this is a very powerful way of fasting, a very powerful way of regenerating the body quickly. So once you get used to fasting, you want to do 2 days every week until you start to heal. Okay. 2 days is when the stem cells, and when you become even, more used to fasting, you've had some experience, you know what you're doing, you know how your body reacts, you can then start to do longer fasts, and maybe even doing no water and no food fast. That's a very powerful fast. However, your body has to be healthy in order to do that. So only do that when you are doing it properly, when you know what you are doing. So essentially, you want to start fasting and the fruit-only diet until you are healing. And this is the best way to do it. Breaking a fast. When you break a fast, you want to make sure, you're sticking to the fruits. Like I said, the best way to break a fast is like drinking sea moss gel and then going for either something very light on the digestive system like watermelon, grapes, blueberries, or even a smoothie. A smoothie is very good for breaking a fast. Easily, gets down into the digested and gets digested very quickly. So, like I said, continue with the fruit-only diet, continue with the sea moss, continue with the herbal teas, and continue fasting 1 or 2 days a week. And I did this and I healed my body pretty quickly. I'm not giving advice, but this is what I would do. And that's how I overcame a few health issues with my body. So essentially, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me and I can give you some more information. But this is pretty much it on fasting and healing your body. The cleansing stage and then the fasting stage and fruit-only diet. That is the key, It's just giving the digestive system a break. That is how you heal the body. Healing is, it's not an overnight process. It can take months. It can take even a year. But once you stay consistent and once you stay on top of your discipline and consistency, you will see results. You have to see results. It's cause and effect. Try your best to get organic and make sure all of your fruit is always seeded. Wash your fruit with key lime water and key lime, or even lemons. Don't consume lemons if you can. Don't consume lemons. They are GMO, but they're good if you want to wash your fruit. Wash them with lemons. They're quite easier to get your hands on than organic seeded key limes. Try your best to go to the marketplaces for fruit instead of mainstream supermarkets. Just make sure that you're trying your best to get the best quality food with the least amount of pesticides and stuff like that. That also has a big impact on your health. But essentially, when you cut out all of the, the chemicals, the seed oils, the bread, the heavy foods, the sweets, the sugars, when you cut this out, you will feel so much better. Like your brain fog will go. You'll be more focused. You'll have more energy. You'll no longer crave it. And that is essentially the most important thing, is just cutting out the unnatural food and going with the natural foods. That's the biggest first step you could do with your health, is just cutting out all of the unnatural foods and go with the raw foods. And that's when you see a big change in your body and how you feel. So yeah, if you have any more questions, please feel free to contact me. So today we're going to be talking about this world how it's a simulation, and consciousness. So what you must understand is that the brain, the body, is a piece of technology. This body you have is simulating the reality to you. Now, the body is like a crystal. It receives frequencies. That's what crystals do. So if you have a radio, if you have a phone, they all use crystals because they receive frequencies. Your body is an antenna. Your brain is an antenna. Your pineal gland has crystals on it because it receives consciousness. Now, this consciousness is the real you. You are the consciousness, not the body. The body is nothing but a holographic version of yourself. It's the ego, the echo. It's an echo of the false, it's the echo of the true self. You are an invisible consciousness. You are the thoughts, the emotion. This is all to do with consciousness. So all of your decision making, all of your emotions, that's in consciousness and not in the body. So you are not even in the body. That's the biggest illusion. You think you are in the body. Your consciousness is not in the body. It's completely separate from the body. The body is an antenna which receives the signals of consciousness. So you can experience this reality. But the body is simulating the reality. The brain produces the reality that you're experiencing. It's like the Sims game. You see how, they always show the truth in plain sight. You see how you have this thing above their head, this little diamond shape? This is the consciousness. This is you. This is your avatar. You're playing an avatar. This is a character in a game. Your body is a character. Now, the human form only exists in the three-dimensional world. Now, your ego was not present when you were born. When you were born, you had no ego. You were pure. You were pure consciousness. You were pure emotion, pure thought. That's it. But as you grew older, as you gained experience in this three-dimensional avatar, you grew an ego, which is the earthly personality. The ego is your mind's perception of itself in a three-dimensional body. So the ego is the echo of the true self. You are the consciousness. You are the thoughts. You are the emotions. But let me say that again. You're not the thoughts and the emotion. These are aspects of consciousness. So thoughts is called the mind. The mind is consciousness. But the mind is just the aspect of, it's the thought aspect of consciousness. Emotion is the feeling aspect of this consciousness, the all-seeing eye, the consciousness. So you are not even in this plane. You are playing a game. So when you are using a controller to play a virtual reality, you are the controller. You are the consciousness. You are the mind. You're not the thoughts and the emotions. You're the observer behind that. You're the one feeling them thoughts and emotions. So the body is only a part of this three-dimensional world. And your consciousness interacts with this world, with the brain. You see, like I said, the brain produces the reality you are in. See, the body is organic technology. It has been designed, it has been specifically designed to run a simulation. So this is a designed simulation, and your consciousness has been uploaded to this simulation. Whether that we choose this, whether they're not, I don't know about that. But this is a simulation. Your consciousness is not in this simulation. It's experiencing the simulation. It's a virtual headset. Imagine putting a VR headset on. This is what you are doing with the human body. But other than just seeing and hearing, you've got sight, you've got 5 senses, you've got everything involved. So the brain, well, your consciousness Your thoughts and emotions interacts with an energy grid, interacts with the brain, and the brain then produces the reality. So your thoughts and emotions, your consciousness, is weaving its own reality. Let me say that again. You are projecting your own reality based off your thoughts and emotions. Every single thought and emotion has led you to this very point in life. Your life is a direct result and correlation of every thought and emotion you felt in the past. Therefore, your consciousness, your thoughts and emotion is weaving your own path in this lifetime. Your consciousness is creating its own reality. Now, there are external forces. External forces can manipulate your reality through belief. This is why it's called a government. They govern your ment, your mind, your thought, your belief system within consciousness, your memories. So thoughts, emotions, and memories, they are all in consciousness. They are not in the brain. The brain is a computer. It's yes or no. The brain has no memory. It has none of this. It is a computer. It's yes or no. So, like I said, the brain is what you're experiencing, and you are weaving your own reality through thoughts, emotions. Now, the external forces are belief systems. They install belief systems within your mind, within your consciousness, to limit your consciousness, to keep your consciousness bound to three-dimensional physical body awareness. We'll go into that a bit later, but everything they do is to install information and programs, because your programming of the consciousness is what keeps you stuck to three-dimensional awareness, keeps you stuck at a low state. Everything they do is to push fear, because fear is a bondage. Because remember, you are this consciousness. You are out of the body already. But through belief is how you get yourself stuck in three-dimensional awareness in this body. It's a simulation. The body is holographic. It's a holographic avatar, and you're playing this holographic avatar. You leave this avatar every single night when you go to sleep, and you go into alternative realities. Here you see George Washington, the Freemason, with the G above his head. It's the same symbolism. Or you see the I here, the I, because it's the same symbolism. Your consciousness. This is just an avatar. This is a body. Your name. You are not your name. You are not your memories. You are not your clothes you wear. You are not what people think about you. You are the pure consciousness. Whether you believe that or not, you are, and you need to detach from all of these programs. Who you think you are is basically a bunch of programs. Well, my name's Harry, I wear this, I live here, and I do this job. That's me. That's not you. That is not you. They are programs. And the programs keeps your consciousness stuck to this body, to this realm, a slave to physicality. And they don't teach you emotional intelligence. They don't teach you all of these things, because religion was made to keep your consciousness stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep your consciousness stuck in the body, in the simulation, in the fake self, in the ego. Instead of telling you how to control your emotions, how to control your own mind, instead of telling you to become the best version of yourself and becoming the God self, instead, they tell you to get on your knees and pray to God in the sky. You see the difference here? They're not telling you to become the best version of yourself. They're not telling you to transmute the negative aspects of the self into positive, because it's all the negative things that keeps you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. You see how here there's the checkered board? This represents physicality. This is division, divided, black on white. This is the division of the physical plane. But we are all just a divided consciousness. We're all the same consciousness in a different body. It's a fractal universe. It's an illusion that we are all separate. But love is also in consciousness. Love is the force of consciousness. Love is the unifying force that brings all of the consciousness back together. Everything is made with love. This is why it's divide and conquer. They keep us divided. They keep us fighting against each other. How do they do that? Through postcodes, through different streets. They do that through different cities and labeling them different countries and labeling them different ethnicities, labeling them different football clubs, different schools. You see, everything they do is to keep us divided because love is naturally in our consciousness. When a baby comes out of the womb, it does not come out of the womb trying to bomb people. It comes out of the womb with love. The kid is pure love. The baby is pure love when it comes out of the womb because it's expressing pure consciousness. And as the baby grows up, it becomes corrupted through the system, through society. It's all about keeping us divided so that we do not unify this consciousness. Because once we all realize it's about us, they're not mocking God because they know that God is within you. Consciousness is God. So all of these fake psyopses about, mocking the Last Supper and the Olympics, it's all a psyop. It's all mind control. Everything you see mainstream media is mind control. News, the word news is north, east, west, and south. And they broadcast live news to north, east, west, and south. They broadcast spells, you see, to a broad amount of people. They're casting spells. It's all mind control. The whole system is mind control. The word government means mind control. Govern the mind, govern consciousness. So what you are seeing here is the same symbolism. This is the G. See the light rays coming off it because this is the light. This is the consciousness. This is the light. This is the you. This is the soul, the mind, consciousness, thoughts, emotions, memories. That's in consciousness. This is just an avatar. It's not him. This is the I am. This is God. There is a battle between God and the devil. See, the devil is the ego. The ego is the layer between you and God, your consciousness. The ego keeps you stuck. The ego wants the food, it wants the sex, it wants the money, it wants the fame, it wants the cool status. All of them things is keeping your consciousness, which is not physical, stuck in a physical way of thinking and in three-dimensional awareness. The whole system is designed to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness. They get you addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, working, bills, dogs, family. Everything they do and everything they teach you is to keep your mind externalized on external things. And this is why meditation is so important. Meditation is the only way to connect with the pure divine within yourself. The only way to connect with the pure consciousness, singular consciousness. When thoughts are not present and you're there in the moment with pure consciousness, with no thoughts, no beliefs, nothing, not even the language that your mind uses, you are pure consciousness, you are pure awareness, you are pure. That's the reason of meditation, to connect with yourself, the true self. And that's how to gain a connection with God. We're going to look at this. Look at the symbolism of the ancient Christians. This is in Rome. This painting's in Rome. It was built in. It was painted in like the 1600s. It's the Kabbalah tree. But what you're seeing here is not God and Jesus. This is you, your body, and this is your consciousness. This is your mind. This is you up here, Kether. See, this is the Kether. This is Malkuth. This is, see, we will, I'll make a whole lecture on the Kabbalah and how you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. If you really want to do, right, so basically what the Kabbalah is, it's the way to connect with the pure self. It's the way to the source. It's the way to God. So you are here. This is Malkuth. This is the physical plane. And you climb this tree through the 22 paths. There are 22 paths. One dath, which is here. It's a sphere. So this is the dath. It shouldn't be on there. This is the hidden sphere. And there are 10 spheres. So there are 10 spheres, one dath, and 22 pathways, which adds up to 33, of course. So this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because Jesus being crucified at 33 represents the sacrificing of the body and raising yourself up to the consciousness. There are 33 vertebrae on your spine also. And where is the consciousness? Well, the radio receiver of the consciousness is in the brain. That's why you always see brain symbolism of God in the brain, Michelangelo, you know. So the 5 wounds on the cross, what are the 5 wounds? The 5 senses of you. It's the data of the 5 senses, because your body is technology. So the data of the 5 senses must be shut off, and you must crucify your body, which means shut off the 5 senses, crucify yourself, crucify all of the ego, crucify every desire, every lust, every negative emotion, every physical attachment you have, and crucify your body and your materialistic way of thinking and the ego and the 5 senses to the divine mind. That's the crucifixion of yourself that you must go through to reach the highest potential of yourself, to reach pure consciousness, to exit the simulation, to exit this physical plane. That is what the crucifixion is about. And this is the Kabbalah tree, because every religion, if you go to Albert, I don't know why it's not loading. There should be a picture of Albert Pike here, which is, okay. Albert Pike, the most well-known Freemason in the world, said in his book Moral Dogma, all religions has its roots in the teachings of the Kabbalah, because the Kabbalah tree is the way back to your source. You came from here, you came from Kether, you manifested down into Malkuth, which means kingdom, physical plane, and this is where you are now, and this is the path back to source. I will make a whole lecture on this. This is a very, very long lecture I need to make on this, so I can't go over the Kabbalah tree now. Do your own research on the Kabbalah. You don't need to join a lodge. You don't need to join a secret society to initiate yourself in this journey. But I'm warning you, if you initiate yourself into the Kabbalah tree, you're going to have very, very challenging ways. You're going to have very challenging things happening and occurring in your life, because it's the whole point of the Kabbalah tree is to rip apart your ego and destroy your old self to be born again to the pure consciousness, to reach your highest potential. Okay. So this is why you always see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Trinity. This is always the reason why Hinduism or Buddhism, there's always 3 gods. There's always a trio of gods. If you look at all the religions, there's always a trio. Not all of them, but a lot. There's 3 gods, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. It's because it represents the 3 top spheres of the Kabbalah tree. See, he has a triangle here. This is you. This is your consciousness. See how he's an old man, symbolizing an eternal consciousness? You will never, ever die. This is your body. This is Malkuth. Okay? So This is also hopscotch. Remember playing hopscotch as a child? Well, this is also the path to source, the path back to Kether, the path back to your consciousness, to the oversoul, whatever you want to call it. So man is both human and the divine. This is Albert Pike. See this Masonic symbolism here? You have the eye. This is Kether, which means crown. So you know when kings wear crowns on their head, it represents Kether, because Kether means crown. Kingdom, this is death, because the physical plane, there's death here. You can't die. Your consciousness will never die, but your body will die. So this represents kingdom, the lowest point on the Kabbalah tree, which is matter. Then you're going up through these pillars back to the light bringer, Lucifer. Lucifer is the light bringer. Lucifer is your consciousness. That's what Lucifer is. They demonized all of this. They made it sound so bad. But Lucifer just means loose. See, Lucy means light. Fer means bringer, light bringer, and your consciousness is the light bringer that brings the light down into the kingdom, into the physical plane. Like I just showed you earlier with the Sims character and the George Washington. It's the same symbolism. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which is the visual pathway of your brain and how light enters the eyes, which is, and then produces a visual image in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. So this is showing you how light is transformed into images in the brain and how the brain is producing a reality, a simulation in the brain. We see this in the ancient Egyptians here. It's the same thing. This is the back of the brain. This is the visual field crossing over. We see this here. Wow, this is just mind-blowing. Look, they tell you see, the Newtonian way, so the Newtonian science, right? Everything about science is all a lie. The whole thing is to program you and program your consciousness, program your mind to limit you. So they tell you that the Earth is a globe in the middle of space. Why? To keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they do is to keep you stuck in physicality. Everything they tell you is to keep your mind stuck in three-dimensional awareness, to keep it stuck to the technology of the body. Everything you've ever been taught is to keep you in three-dimensional awareness. It's not about money. They can print money out of thin air. It's not about money. It's not about anything about physical things. It's about trapping your mind in physicality. I don't know why they're doing it, but this is what they are doing. So they've put this purposely in the model of the heliocentric lie on purpose because it symbolizes the visual field, which is a powerful symbol of how your brain produces a simulation. See? So this is what you are. You are a physical, etheric, astral, mental. This is your consciousness. So you're already out of body. You're not in the world. You're already outside of the body now. The reason you can't astral project is because you have so many limiting beliefs within your subconscious. And I did need to make a video on this. I have some people saying, I've tried the techniques and I still can't astral project. It's not an overnight process. It takes a very long time. It can take you years. You might never even do it. But the only way for you to astral project is for you to detach from every single belief you have and every single limiting belief you have. Because that fear you have, that emotion you have, that mental attachment to external things is keeping you stuck. You can't leave the body unless there is no thought, no emotion present. You must completely surrender yourself, which is the crucifixion. You must crucify yourself to be born again. In John 3:3 in the Bible, what does it say? You are born again. No, sorry. What does it say? It says, In order to see the kingdom of heaven, you must be born again. Where's the kingdom of heaven? It says that in Luke. The kingdom of heaven is within you. It says that in Luke 21:12, I'm pretty sure. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and you can only see the kingdom of heaven when you are born again. You must kill the ego. You must kill every material thing about yourself. If you truly want the path of enlightenment and you truly want to reach the divine, this is how you do it. You must sacrifice yourself. And now I'm not saying don't work on your life, don't work for greatness, don't work for wealth. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying sit around meditating all day either. I'm saying that yes, you work on your wealth, you work on your body, you become 1% better every single day, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every way possible. I'm saying you need to work on yourself. You need to go to the gym. You need to make as much money as possible and have the best life you could possibly have. But what I'm saying is that you need to work on your mind and make sure your mind is not too attached and entangled with physical things. Because the physicality, the ego is the barrier between you and the divine. You cannot see the kingdom of God unless you are born again. And you are born again by destroying the lower self, by completely mastering your mind, and by detaching from all external things. You can still love your family, but remove the attachment. Do not rely on anything or anyone for your happiness, for your peace. That is the most important thing, because that's where they get you. If you smoke, you have to stop smoking. You won't astral project. Some people can, but some people have a natural ability to do so. But if you have any addiction, you have to start getting rid of them one by one. Start with your phone, start with TikTok. Instead of remove that, remove it for watching something else, reading a book. When you're in your car, stop listening to music, put YouTube on, listen to a lecture. Okay? You must remove all of these negative things in your mind. Everything is contributing towards your mental state and your consciousness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you do is all contributing to your mental state and your state of awareness and your consciousness. So the whole point of this lecture was to show you and to make sure that you understand that you are not the body, you are the consciousness. And in order to get out of body, in order to reach that higher state, you must crucify your old self. You must crucify everything. You see, death is a very powerful force. They teach you that death is bad. They teach you that sacrificing is bad. There is good sacrificing, there is bad sacrificing. Sacrificing creates a very powerful force. Death is a very powerful force. So when you sacrifice, maybe in order for you to grow, in order for you to reach that next stage of your life, that next stage of your consciousness, maybe you need to cut off an old friend. Maybe you need to stop hanging out with them people who do drugs or who drink alcohol. And we all know alcohol is a potion. It's a magic potion which invokes spirits. So the only way for you to progress is through sacrifice and through crucifixion. And that's what the Bible is telling you, through crucifixion. So that's the only way. So you must sacrifice. You might need to, in order for you to reach that next level of your consciousness, you're going to have to sacrifice some friends. And if you don't, then that will stop the evolution of your soul. The whole point of the universe, the whole point of you coming into physicality is for the journey of the soul. You are here because you are for growth. You are here to grow. It's the whole point of reality. That's the whole point. You cannot not learn something. So what does that tell you? That's the whole purpose of life: growth and expansion, evolution of the mind, the evolution of the soul, the journey of the soul through the universe. That is the whole point. You can't not learn something. You have to. You will never not learn something. It's impossible for you not to learn. So, the mastery of your mind, the mastery of yourself, is the only thing that counts when you transition from this physical body back to your consciousness. It's the only thing that counts. It's the only thing that matters. You need to prepare for your life after death. You need to prepare because you will not have this physical body forever. What we're discussing now is very deep ancient teachings. You won't find these teachings anywhere else. You're in the best university ever, ever online. And that's what it's all about, people. The transmutation of your mind. The Bible says, the Bible tells you, because the Bible's a spiritual text. It's not about God. It's about the God within you and how you manifest the God within you. Jesus never said he was God. Jesus came to show the divine within other people. He never praised about himself. Read the Bible. Jesus never ever said he is the best. He came to show that people that they could do better than him. Whatever he could do, you could do. That's what he said to his disciples. So the whole Bible is talking about you and how you upgrade yourself. And that's the whole point of exiting the simulation. It's the growth of the soul and being a free traveler. The word Freemason means traveler. And when Freemasons meet, they say, "Are you a traveling man? Are you a traveling man?" Well, the word man means mind. It comes from the Latin word mens, which then got turned into men and man. So when Jesus is the fisher of men, he's the fisher of minds. You see, once you start to learn these words and what they actually mean and the etymology of these words, that's when you find the truth. The Bible, you got to research these words. The word spirit, the word man. What does man mean? It means mind. So when a Freemason says, "Are you a traveling man?" it means, "Are you a traveling mind?" Because that's what Freemasonry is. It's the mastery of the self. It's the growth of the mind and the soul. It's self improvement. Yes, there are bad Freemasons. Yes, there are good Freemasons. Everything has light and dark, but evil's not evil. Evil is necessary for you to grow. In order for that tree to grow to heaven, its roots must extend to hell. In order for you to reach the higher state of consciousness, you must descend into physicality, into evil, for you to then ascend higher. It's the growth of the mind, the growth of the soul. I hope you enjoyed this lecture. Please comment whatever lectures you want to see next. I'll make one about the Kabbalah tree and how you can initiate yourself into the Kabbalah. But just know that is a very painful process. That you will go through some very traumatic events that will occur because each sphere is governed by a spirit which will test you, and you must be tested to reach back to Crown or Kether. So anyways, yeah, I'll make a next lecture on that. Thank you all for joining the university. I'll see you soon.
Let's talk about the soul trap and how they are trapping our soul in three-dimensional awareness. What is the soul? The soul is the essence that transcends the material realm. It is the part of us that is invisible. It is the live spark of all things. It is the consciousness. It is the I am. However, the mind acts as a connecting medium that connects the soul to the material plane. The mind is what projects the soul into material realms or other realms. So the mind acts as a bridge between the physical and material realms, the physical and spiritual realms. So what they are doing is tricking your mind into only believing physicality. Like I said before in the last breakdown, you are experiencing the body. The body is producing the simulation to your consciousness. You do not experience the external world. The external world is produced by your body. So therefore, what they are doing is installing programs within your mind which keeps your mind limited into three-dimensional awareness, which keeps the soul and mind stuck to the material plane. This is why it all goes hand in hand with the material heliocentric model. Because what they are doing is only teaching you physical things. They want you believing that your mind is your brain. They want you believing everything is only physical, and they want you believing that you are your physical body. By awakening the mind and transcending the physical plane through astral projection and meditation, this is how we expand our awareness to beyond physical reality. It is the physical plane that they want our minds stuck in. They do not want us traveling the astral realms free from our physical bodies. Because what they are doing is harnessing our energy within the astral plane. So everything they teach you is to go hand in hand with materialism. They promote materialism in the music, through the music industry, through films, Hollywood. Hollywood is made from the holly tree, which the ancients used to make magic wands out of the holly tree to cast spells on you. All of this is casting spells to keep your mind stuck in physicality. So it's essential for our minds and for us to prepare our minds and our soul for life after death. Because we are eternal beings. We are the intelligence within the physical form. The physical form does not live. It is simply a technological machine powered by your soul power. It's important to notice that everything they do is to keep you stuck in three-dimensional awareness and keeping you looking outside of yourself, so you never do the internal work. What we need to do to prepare for life after death is to train our minds to remove all external addictions. It is the addictions that they continue to press upon us so that our minds are stuck in physical reality. When your mind leaves the physical form and leaves this material veil of consciousness, this is when our minds are still going to have these material addictions and will reincarnate into physical reality. We need to detach from our external pleasures, which consist of food, cigarettes, gaming, TikTok, everything, your phone. You have to release all of these addictions before you die. You have to master your mind and soul, or else you will reincarnate, because your mind is stuck in material thinking. We have to transcend material desire and find the happiness and the joy within ourselves instead of seeking external things. Connect with yourselves, people, and detach from materialism. Everything they do is to promote materialism. Clothes, food, the films, money, everything is to do with emotion and mind. Money has the word M-O-N in it, which means moon, which is emotion. Because the money is keeping us tied to our emotions, and our emotions are keeping us chained to material things. I hope you all understand this and gain a deeper connection with yourselves so that you can transcend this material realm. Let's break down the body, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the tree of life, and your consciousness, and this three-dimensional world. You have two trees in the Garden of Eden. The Garden of Eden means your mind, because everything is mental, the universe is mental, the universe exists within your mind. This world is what you're experiencing, is the lowest dimension within your mind. The central nervous system is what you truly experience. You do not experience the world. What you touch is your brain's interpretations of electrical impulses on your nervous system. What you see with your two eyes is an image produced by the visual cortex in your brain. So essentially, you are the mind experiencing the body. The body is running the simulation to your consciousness. This is why the central nervous system is one of the trees in the Garden of Eden. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which gives you the knowledge of this realm. This realm, this three-dimensional matrix, it consists of good and evil, day and night, of duality. The only way your consciousness can experience duality is through this central nervous system, which produces the simulation to your consciousness. So essentially, your mind or consciousness is experiencing and gaining the knowledge of good and evil through this central nervous system. The tree of life is the cardiovascular system, because without this system, this is what gives life or energy to the physical body. This is what keeps you alive during this experience within the three-dimensional matrix or the three-dimensional world. Your heart, rearranged as earth, because when you leave the earth, you are actually in fact leaving your body. When the heart stops, you leave earth. So this is why the heart is earth. When you leave the body, you are leaving earth, because the body is running the simulation and producing the simulation to your consciousness. Your brain is an electrical computer producing this whole simulation. You do not experience the external world, you experience the body. This is why everything in this world is a manifestation and expression of yourself. This is why you have 5 fingers for the 5 elements of this world. This is why you have 5 points on your body for the 5 elements created in this world. Your body is the temple of Solomon. And this is why in the Bible, in Acts, it says, God does not dwell in houses not made by man. Because the body is the house not made by man, and your consciousness is God. The temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon. The soul and the mind is inside of this temple. And the ancients used to build temples in alignment with the geometry of the human body, because they understood that this body is the temple. What they have done, religion, has externalized this, so that you no longer find the divinity within yourself. The moon is an external manifestation of your feminine energy within you. The sun is an external manifestation of the soul masculine power within you. Everything outside is within you, as above, so below, as within, so without. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself. You are the center of creation.
Hello and welcome to another lecture of the Ethereal University, the real university. You should be happy that you are here. You are in the only place in the world where you can find exclusive content from me myself for free thinkers and connecting with people who are like-minded and understand and know there is a deeper aspect to life and this reality. And this video, this lecture that I'm going to be talking about today is the meaning of life. What is the meaning of all of this? Because essentially, I've philosophized that nothing should truly exist. Nothing should exist. The fact that something does exist means it's an intelligent design, and something has created this. So the meaning of life, when I look at the meaning of life, I look at things that are impossible not to do. What is impossible not to do in your life? It is impossible for you not to create. It is impossible. You are creating and manifesting every second, every millisecond of the day. You are creating. The consciousness that you possess is a creating consciousness. And when we have creation minimal in our lives, we fall into mental illnesses. Well, I don't say they're mental illnesses, but we get things labeled as depression, anxiety, and all of these other things. We have to create. As a human being, it is in our nature for every living species to create in some sort of way. We are always creating every second of the day. The mind is infinite potential. The mind cannot be filled. The mind cannot be full. You can't fill the mind. You could know everything about the universe and every little secret, yet your mind would not be full. It is infinite potential. Every thought you think has potential to become true. Anything you think in your mind is true in your mind. There is nothing that you cannot think about. You see the power of the mind now that you understand it is an infinite potential. So when I say the mind is the universe is a giant mind, and we are all expressions of this mind. And when they say the universe is always expanding, it's the mind expanding into new information. The universe is mind, and the mind is always expanding. So creating is something that you cannot ignore. So you have to create something in your life. You have to create, you have to manifest, or else you will fall into some sort of mental problem. Learning is another one that it is impossible not to learn. Learning is the expansion of the universe. It's the expansion of mind. And every person you meet is a product of their mind. Where you are in life right now, whether you are very ahead, and I'm supposedly going to say, if you are joining this university, you are doing something right because it's not on the cheaper side to join this university. So wherever you are in life is a direct manifestation of every thought that you have thought in the past. Where you are right now is a product of all of the thoughts collectively. And all of them thoughts collectively have led you to this point where you are right now. So what does this tell you? Your life is a product of thought. Your life is a product of mind. Everything you see in your life is a product of your mind, was manifested from your mind, from thought alone. Okay? So that's a very important thing to understand. And you can never learn enough. The more you figure out, the more you realize you know nothing. And I say that I know absolutely nothing. The more you find out, the more doors that are open within the universe. The universe is an amazing place. You should appreciate being alive. You should appreciate that you are using the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth, which is the human body. It's so advanced. It's a piece of organic technology. It's so advanced. All of the systems are working together. We cannot replicate the human body. We can make rockets, we can make planes. You cannot replicate the human body. It is so advanced. It's so advanced. Limitation. This is a very important one. Physical reality limits our mind. Mind is infinite, like I explained earlier, and everything in the mind can happen in the mind. There is no limitation. When you are in the astral plane, there is no limitation. Depending where you are projecting yourself in and what realm you're projecting yourself into, there is no limitation. You can create worlds, and you do create worlds when you sleep. When you dream, you are creating your own world. When you are sleeping and dreaming, you are in fact creating a whole reality from your subconscious mind. And every character you see in your dream is an aspect of your mind. Did you know that? That when you are dreaming, there are hidden messages within your dreams because it's your subconscious mind coming to reality and showing you codes, showing you messages about your mind. So when the mind incarnates physically into a physical reality, there is limitation now pressed upon it. It's hexed. That's why I say you're hexed. You're in the hex of Saturn. Saturn is the cube. Saturn's pretty much the computer running this world, based off my research anyway. And it's time. Saturn is time. So you are limited by time. You have a set time here. And you are limited by physical matter. And when you are in physical reality, you are limited from the things that you learn here. You are a product of your mind's information that you gather. If you gather the deepest and secret knowledge, then your life has less limitations than the one who is programmed, who has a programmed mind. And you are learning the limitations of the mind. You are learning the limitations of physical reality. When you are in the astral plane or the imagination plane, whatever you want to call it, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You want an apple, you click it, you think it, and it's there. That screen in your mind is the astral plane, where you can imagine things. You can pull things up on that screen right now, and it will be there. However, in a physical reality, you now have to give energy and discipline. You learn discipline, you learn to give energy to manifest it into a physical reality. To manifest something into a physical reality is a lot harder than manifesting into an imaginary plane, in the astral plane. So we come here to learn discipline and limitation, and to find out how we function in a three-dimensional world of matter. Because essentially you were astral before you came here. And here's another one. Nature shows us truth. Open your eyes. You have day and the night. You have the sun, the conscious, the electric, boom, power, the sun, living. You have the moon. You have subconscious, the hidden one, the astral. So the sun represents physical reality. The moon represents astral reality. As above, so below. So what is this telling us? Well, the physical world is telling us that there's cycles in this world. You have the good and the bad, and they are cycles. And the beginning of one cycle is the end of another cycle. And the end of another cycle is just a new beginning. Everything is eternal. Your body is not eternal, but your mind is eternal. You have the cycle of the 4 seasons. Like I said, everything begins and ends, but the ending is just a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of the universe, symbolized by the Ouroboros. This symbol has been used for thousands of years, depicting the end is a new beginning. When you leave the physical reality, you are now reborn in the astral reality. Have you ever died in a dream? I've died in a dream. In fact, this was the other day. I got killed in my dream, and I woke up in another dream, in another reality. And I knew it was going to happen. Like, as soon as I woke up, I just knew, like, I'm in another body now. You are eternal. You are a multi-dimensional being. And until you gain access to these higher planes, people, you will realize how powerful we all truly are. We are all multi-dimensional beings, and we all have immense power when we figure out how to use these minds of ours. These minds are very, very, very powerful. Very powerful. So this is a new page from the new book, the Volume 2 Book of Wisdom. We also come here for growth and expansion, like I said earlier, the expansion of the universe. The scientists, these paid scientists that, are paid to lie to you, they say the universe is always expanding. Oh, yes, it's mind. Mind is always expanding. Mind is always figuring out new information. The mind can never be full. It's always expanding. And the mind is the infinite potential. The mind is the universe. It's every substance you see around you is a product of mind. The squirrel, the dog, you, your mother, your family. It's all mind, all product. They all possess mind. They all share mind, and this mental plane is shared. And your reality is a product of thought, and this physical reality on a macro scale is a product of God's thought. Now, when I say we are God, we are a microcosm of God. God is within us. Now, I'm not saying that we are the creator of this reality. We did not design the human body. God did. We did not design the functions of the heavens, the order of the heavens, and how the sun rotates around the earth. How it does that, I really do not know. The heavens and the sun and how they move is one of the biggest mysteries known to man. How does the sun truly move? How does it never run out of energy? How does it move? How does the stars move? What's moving it? What's the force behind it? Who is it obeying? It's technology. The sun is the most advanced technology ever, but that's of a whole nother video I can go over. But I'm not saying I am the one. You are the one who created this reality, who designed the human body and designed everything in this world. I'm saying that you can connect to the source within yourself. The source of life, the source of the universe is inside of you. And you can connect with it. And you are using that power of the source of the universe to create life, to manifest your will in this physical reality. That is the mind. The mind is God. So you have the day and the night, you have the left and the right. Everything is dual in this world. We learn duality. We learn the good and evil. And that's why I say the body, while the central nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Why? Because the tree of knowledge of good and evil is this electrical nervous system you are experiencing this reality from. The central nervous system is giving you the knowledge of duality, of good and evil in this physical dual world. Your consciousness is experiencing the central nervous system. Without the nervous system, you cannot function in this world. You need it. This is why it's sacred. It's the tree within the Garden of Eden. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. Please contact me if you wish, for any lectures on anything you want. Give me a message. I'll create a lecture for you. And yeah, have an amazing day, people. Spirit and matter. So essentially what we're looking at is mind creating spirit and matter. The universe is mental. Everything exists in the mind. What spirit is the energy, and basically the energy of mind, of the thinking mind. Spirit and matter are polar opposites. They are two vibrational states of the one substance, which is mind. Mind creates matter, mind creates spirit. Mind is the ultimate source of the universe. Man is made in the image of both the divine and physical. He is spiritual, he is physical. Everything is spiritual and physical. Everything physical has a spiritual, life-giving essence to it. Behind your body is the spirit. Without the spirit, you would be a dead meat sack. You wouldn't be able to move. Behind the animal is the spirit, the all life-giving force coming from the divine mind. Now, man is made in the image of both matter and spirit combined. Spirit is infused with matter. Like all things, however, man has the mind to be conscious of the spirit that dwells within. Animals cannot do this. Animals are purely stuck to their animal instinct. They are not self-aware of the spirit within them. They are only aware of They are only aware of their immediate environment, their physical reality. The animal. This is why animals symbolize our lower nature. But we have a hell, physical. We have a head in the heavens where the spirit is. We can raise our consciousness above the animal self to the spirit, to the divine. Now, matter is a way of thinking. So is spirit. If you have a very low vibrational consciousness. Your mind is directed to the lower aspects of consciousness. Sex, lust, power, money, fame. This is all matter. This is a materialistic way of thinking. You must tune your mind to the higher aspects of consciousness. Tune your mind to spirit. There are two ways of thinking. Now, you are both of them combined. You need to find balance between them. This is what Leonardo da Vinci is depicting. Man being both spirit and matter. The circle is eternal, beginning no ends. The square is limited, beginning and end. The body is in the square because the body is limited. The body is not eternal. It's mortal. The circle has no beginning, no end. It is immortal. The spirit is raised above the square, representing spirit over matter. The spirit controlling the matter. Spirit controlling the body. We don't want the body controlling the spirit, the body controlling the mind. That's the lower mind. That's 666. This is the Freemasonic square and compass. We have the compass for the circle and the square for the square, which is matter. Spirit and matter combined with the G, the generative principle, or God, or geometry. Also, Leonardo da Vinci depicting the eye of Ra, the eye of Horus, the small pupil, because when you're in light, when you're in a very light environment, your pupils go small. This is the physical eye of man, the conscious mind, the physical eyes. Then you have the inner eye, the spiritual eye that sees in the darkness, that gives perception. That's the large pupil, because when you're in darkness, the pupils go large. You have the eye of Horus, the eye of Ra. You have the physical eyes that you look with, and you have the inner eye that gives you perception. You have black and white. Black represents matter, white represents spirit. Spirit and matter intertwined with one. This is the Masonic checkered board. The earth is not just a rock. It's not a rock. It has spirit within it. The tree is not wood. It has spirit within it, which is the life-giving force. The life essence is the spirit. The earth has spirit. You have spirit. Everything has spirit. But you have the ability to be conscious of the spirit within and raise your consciousness to the spirit. And that's exactly what the Sumerians is showing you here, with the animal, the ground animal, stepping upwards to the flying bird, the elevated bird, to the spirit. And that's what the Anunnaki is. Anu is the supreme god of the sky. The sky is spirit. The stars is spirit. And earth is matter. That's why Anu has a wife called Kai. The word Kai means earth. It's another word for earth. So Anu, the supreme god of the sky, who is a Sumerian living essence of the heavens, representing the vast and infinity of the sky. His divine counterpart, Kai, the goddess of the earth. Together, they gave birth to the Anunnaki. This is a symbolic story. Everything we see from the past, from the Bible, the ancient text of India, from the ancient Sumerian texts, this is all symbolic for you. The Anunnaki is you. You are Anu and Ki, spirit and matter infused. You are the Anunnaki. You are the heavens. You are the earth together. Okay, that is exactly what we're looking at here. All of these texts are encoded, talking about you. It's never about history. None of these things were right in history. The Bible was not history. The Sumerian texts weren't history. Anunnaki were not history. This is all symbolic for you and your consciousness, your spirit and your matter. The indwelling spirit and your physical body. The Holy Spirit, the white dove. White represents spirit. The pine cone. This is the Anunnaki god. The pine cone in the Vatican. This is the head. This is the dome. This is the pine cone, the receiver of consciousness, the receiver of spirit. You see the spirit, you see the pine cone on the Pope's staff. This is crucifixion. What does this symbolize? You must crucify yourself, crucify your body to the spirit through the pineal gland. Pine is pine cone, pine, pineal, etymological connected. You have the Freemasonic square and compass. Now notice something. You have the square on top of the compass. This represents the beginning of the Mason's journey, the beginning of someone's journey on their spiritual evolution, of their spiritual awakening. This is what we're seeing here. We're seeing spirit underneath matter, matter over spirit. Now, this one is the compass on top, which represents spirit over matter. This is the triumph. This is the ultimate state of consciousness when one has gained spirit over matter. Now, we also see other symbolism of Freemasons depicting one leg on top of the other, which represents balance over spirit, well, balance of spirit and matter. All of this will be available in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is the next revolution of human consciousness. I cannot explain the amount of hours and work and research that has gone into this masterpiece. I'm not even going to call it a masterpiece. That is up to you whether you think it is a masterpiece. But I have put my heart and soul into this book. The amount of knowledge, over 230 pages of pure esoteric and occult knowledge that will blow your mind, that will make you feel so connected to the universe, because you're going to understand everything once this book is released. October the 8th is when you can get your copy. And if you are inside of the Ethereal University, then this book will be free for you. You'll get this book for free if you're inside my university. So I hope you all gained a great insight from this video, and I'll see you all in the next one. Lesson number 3, conscious and the subconscious mind. This is so important to understand how the mind works and the two aspects of the mind. If you don't know this, your life is going to be hell. So make sure to listen and get your notepads out. So the conscious mind is the awareness. This is what you're aware of right now. You're listening to me. You're probably watching your phone or, laptop, something like that. Your 5 senses, your mental state, your awareness. This is all your awareness. What you're aware of. This is the 10% of your mind. Only 10% of your mind is what you're aware of, your consciousness. You're conscious. So, I know what I'm touching. I know what I'm aware of. I'm aware of my feelings, what I'm thinking. This part of the mind, what you consciously do, impresses the subconscious mind, which is 90% of your mind. Think about that. 90% of your mind, you are not aware of what is going on in that part of your mind. It's all there, but it's all in the background. The subconscious mind controls the systems in your body. So it is the mind that is telling your heart to beat, telling your lungs to breathe, telling your digestive system to digest food without you being conscious of it. So the subconscious mind is controlling every single system in your body and telling it to do its job. It's storing all of your memory, all of your paradigms, which are mental programs. Very, very, very important. These mental programs that you have are why you act the way you are, why you do certain things the way you do. All of these programs that you have generated throughout your life from the conscious mind. The conscious mind is picking up on your awareness and your surroundings. So when you were a child, between the age of 0 to 7, your subconscious mind was wide open to programming. Why? Because this is why by the age of 2 or 3 you start to speak. Because your subconscious mind is that wide open. You are literally sucking in every bit of information so you can progress in life, so you can start to talk, walk, and act as a human being. So between the age of 0 to 7, there are programs that are really, really, really deep rooted within your mind. And these programs are operating 90% of your mind. 90% of your mind, which is 90% of your thoughts, and your thoughts become your emotions and they become your actions. Everything in the subconscious is affecting your life, is manifesting. So the subconscious is not only created by these programs between the age of 0 to 7, you've also generated new programs and you're still creating them now. However, essentially, we are deeply rooted with the older programs. But you create programs with emotion and repetition. Emotion and repetition generate mental programs. Driving your car, changing gear, tying your shoelace. You don't have to think about doing these things. You can literally just do it on autopilot because your subconscious mind knows that program is there. So when you consciously think of tying your laces, bang, it's done. You don't have to think about it. The subconscious takes over and does it. So the subconscious is manifesting 90% of your daily basis actions, thoughts, and emotional state on a daily basis. So what's that mean? The subconscious rules your life pretty much, and you need to change these programs. Okay, we're not going to go into this lesson, but the subconscious also sees, counts, and analyzes everything. For example, you go and past this sign. You're in a car, you drive past this sign at 6 o'clock in the morning on the way to work. 8 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock, or when you're driving back home, you have a random thought. Oh, I'd love a KFC. Because your mind, you might not have consciously been aware of it, but because of this sign was in your visual sight at 6 o'clock in the morning, later on that day, that subconscious mind has picked up because you started to feel hungry. And this was the first thing you seen that day. This is why it's called advertisement. Ment means mind. They're advertising to your mind and your subconscious. This doesn't really effectively work on the conscious mind, but it works on the subconscious. It lingers thoughts and images in your subconscious memory because of theta waves. When you wake up, an hour or two just after you wake up, your brain is producing theta waves, which is the waves where your subconscious mind has access, easy access. Theta wave is your mind is open to programming. So just before you go to sleep, and when you wake up, your brain's producing theta waves. And this is when your subconscious mind is wide open. This is why you need to be very careful. Never go on your phone when you wake up. Never scroll on TikTok or whatever. Don't do this stuff. The first thing you need to do when you wake up is say something positive and feel something positive. Do this every single day before you go to sleep and after you wake up. This will change your life. This will create positive impressions on your subconscious mind. Okay? It also, the conscious mind, it's like a cycle. The conscious mind, thoughts and emotions impresses the subconscious, and this will repeat. Then the whatever you put into the subconscious will then be put back onto the conscious. It's like a repeating cycle. Okay, so you need to understand this very, very deeply. You need to understand how powerful the subconscious mind is. This is the reason why you think your name is whatever, John, and this is why you wake up at a certain time. This is why you run the way you do. Everything is stored within the subconscious mind. Everything is in there. You identify yourself with the programs that are in your subconscious mind. And that's what the matrix is. The matrix, the system, is a program within your subconscious mind. This system doesn't truly exist. In the physical world, there's buildings, and everything. There's only buildings. There's the government building. There's a government group. But what gives that power? The programs, the mind. This system only exists in our minds. We only need to go to school because our mind believes we need to go. We only go to jail because our mind believes this system. The Matrix is a program within your subconscious, and so is your self-identity. Your self-identity is just a program within your subconscious mind. Higher faculties. You need to work on your imagination, will, intuition, memory, reason, and perception. This was in the first lesson. You need to work on these to access the subconscious mind. These are all part of your subconscious mind. You have to work on your will, especially your will and imagination, and your memory. They are the three very, very important faculties you need to work on. Can't stress enough how this is so powerful on your life and your subconscious mind. So for example, I'm going to give you another example of how the subconscious mind affects your life. Let's say you were in a car crash. 20 years ago, you were in a car crash. You were going down the M6 in a red car. Someone flies around the corner or someone smashes into the side of you. You really hurt your leg. Your leg's broken. Your arm's broken. You might have even seen a fellow passenger die. Okay, right? This was 20 years ago. Because you had a strong emotion that you felt that very traumatic, sad, painful emotion. That emotion that you thought had a very, very big punch on your subconscious mind. And this is why, if you think about that moment, that traumatic moment that you've experienced when you were younger, you can recall that moment so vividly, like you were there. Like you could remember the taste, the smell. You could remember every little detail about that moment. Why? Because of the impression of your emotions. Because of the strong emotion you felt punched your subconscious. It says you're never going to ever forget that. Memory. What did I say in the beginning? You don't have good or bad emotion. You don't have good or bad memories, just strong or weak ones, depending on how deeply you impressed your subconscious mind with that emotion. Okay? Therefore, I've just given you the secret to success. The secret to your manifestation is emotion. Your emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that is reactive. They should not be reactive. Okay? Your emotions are something that are given to you so you can manifest. Your emotions are a creational force. Emotion, energy in motion. Your emotions are energy in motion. And these emotions are impressed in your subconscious mind. And that's another thing. Whatever you think in your subconscious, whatever you think is true. Whatever you think is true in your subconscious mind. Whatever you think and whatever you say and whatever you feel is truth to your subconscious mind. Remember, the subconscious mind is manifesting 90% of your thoughts and daily actions. Therefore, if you call someone an idiot, if you feel like death, you feel bad, you feel sad, you're telling your subconscious mind that's what you want. If you call someone an idiot, you're telling your subconscious mind that is what you are, because the subconscious doesn't know anyone else but you. Only knows you. It only knows yes. Yes, 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 yes. I want this, I want this, I want this. That is all it does. If you think a negative thought, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. If you feel a negative emotion, you're telling your subconscious, I want that. And it will manifest it. And that's why you need to control your mind. You have to control your mind and emotions and what you say. Okay? Very, very important, people. So remember, when you were in that traumatic moment, going back to the car crash, right? When you were in that traumatic moment, because you experienced that moment, it still affects you today. Because you had that car crash and you felt that such negative and traumatic emotion, it's still affecting you today because you'll be conscious of whose car you get in. I won't get in certain cars with him because this might happen because of that. Or you might not even go in a car at all because of that event. That is how the subconscious mind manifests into 90% of your daily basis behaviors. Every program you have is having an effect on your decision making, your actions and thoughts. This is why you need to heal childhood traumas through meditations. We'll go over that. You need to heal the subconscious. You need to let go from these programs and create your own programs. Hope you enjoyed this lesson. Go and watch the next one. How's it going, people? Today we're going to be going on lesson 5 on the human electromagnetic field. This is very, very important, people. You have to understand how energy works, how your mind contributes towards this, and how your emotions contribute towards this. So the heart produces this electromagnetic field, which surrounds the body from 3 foot to 9 foot, depending on your internal state, and we'll get into that a bit later. But the heart produces this field. Now, the brain is all to do with the mind intelligence. However, the heart is the second brain. It is to do with the emotional intelligence of our beings. So mind and emotion directly connected. They are directly connected. Every thought that you think is producing an emotion. So the thought that you think is an electrical signal in the brain, which then gets sent to the heart. Now, the heart is what's judging. It judges you. It judges what is right, what is wrong. It tells you is this thought good, is it bad, based off the emotional sense that you gain off that thought. Therefore, before we go any further, every single cell in your body, every single organ has its own electromagnetic field. So every cell, every organ, the organs come up to bunch together to create the system. The systems come together to create the body. And all of this contributes towards the electromagnetic field of the heart. Okay? So everything is electromagnetic. I am, you am, every atom is electromagnetic. So what we need to understand is that our diet plays a huge role in raising our frequency. Our frequency is our spirit, our spiraling energy field. The stronger this field is, the more impact you have on reality when it comes to manifesting your reality and what you want. So it's important that we keep our body healthy, our cells healthy, because all of this contributes to what you're putting out and what sort of and how effective your energy is putting out into the quantum field around you. So your heart produces this field based off the emotion that you feel. So every emotion that you feel, your internal state, is what manifests this electromagnetic field. So when you stand next to someone, you can feel their vibe. You can get a sense of how this person is feeling. Well, because you're feeling the energy that their internal state is manifesting the external energy, which you're picking up. So when their mood changes, you can feel it in their energy, especially if your third eye is wide open. So what I'm trying to say is your emotions is what attracts things to you, because your heart produces this magnetic energy. So your heart is producing magnetic energy. Every emotion that you feel is creating magnetic energy, which is drawing people, things, situations to you. All of this contributes towards your life because everything has a domino effect. If you happen to draw the right person to you because of your happy emotional state, that person can just change your life and turn the wheel on manifesting your reality. So like I said before, when we feel higher emotional states and elevated states of emotion, this strengthens our electromagnetic field. So when we feel happiness, contentment, joy, love, all of this expands our field from 5 meters to around 9 meters, 9 feet, sorry, 5 feet to 9 feet around your body. And the stronger this field is, the stronger your emotions are, and the more elevated they are, the stronger impact you have on matter. Why? Because you're vibrating more than matter. You're becoming more spirit than matter. So therefore, it is mind over matter. So if you experience these higher elevated emotions, you then have a greater impact on creating matter and influence on atoms around you and people around you. The higher you vibrate, the more people are going to stare at you, the more things that are going to happen better in your life, because the more energy that you're putting out positively. So this electromagnetic field is so important, so important. And your emotions and your thoughts play a crucial role. You control your thoughts. This will then control your emotion, and then your emotion will control your magnetic energy. And not to mention, when we meditate, we turn our mind inward. So therefore, all of the attention, because where attention goes, energy flows. So where attention goes, energy flows. So if you turn your mind inward and put your attention on yourself, all of that energy is being internalized, and you can then redirect that into manifesting your reality. You can use this energy to manifest your reality. Okay, so the world will mirror back what we feel in our heart. This is a great saying. Whatever you carry in your heart, you will experience. Because emotion is energy in motion. The emotion you feel is the thought motion. So every thought you think produces energy in motion, which is emotion, which will then be put out into the quantum field, which is everything's in your mind, because the words you say, the things you feel, mold your mind, and your mind mirrors the external world. So you need to be careful what you're thinking, feeling, and saying and hearing, because all of this has an effect on your external world, because it has an effect on shaping your mind. Okay, so controlling emotions, we need to get rid of the reactive emotions and use them intentionally. The more reactive you are, the more prone you are to lowering your frequency, which will have a great effect on manifesting your reality. We need to aim to reach them high states of emotion, to keep our cells, to keep our body high frequency. So I hope this lesson helped you. On the next one, we're going to be talking about maintaining this field. Lesson 2, planes of existence. These planes are all aspects of your mind. They are in you, they are outside of you, as above, so below. The Godhead is the sole purpose. This is how spiritual manifests into physical. This is the process that the universe goes through in creating the physical universe. So it starts with the Godhead, the sole purpose, then the mind, then the astral, then the etheric, then the physical. Everything is mental. Everything exists in the mind. These dimensions are not separate. They're all dimensions within your mind. They're different vibrational states, pretty much. So the mind is the realm of thoughts. This is where thoughts reside. There's no form to a thought. It's invisible. There's no physicality to it. It's the most lucid. The higher you go, the more lucid it is. The lower you go, the more solid it becomes. Okay? So the mental plane is the most lucidic. So the mental plane is the thought alone. The astral plane is the imagination of the thought. This is where the thought forms manifest into some sort of form. Not physical form, but some sort of form, lucid form. Like dreams. Then it goes to the etheric, then physical plane. The etheric plane is the blueprint. It's like a blueprint of the astral and the physical form. It's basically the realm of energy. This is where energy is and frequency. And then the physical plane is where physical manifestations happen. So essentially, this physical world is a product and the world of effect. Everything goes through this is a world of effect. You can't change this world by manipulating it physically. You can, but it's not going to last long. It's not long term. This is where we get the saying as above, so below from. You change the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. If you manipulate the astral plane, you manipulate the physical plane. This is a mirror effect. You manipulate the mental plane, you manipulate all of the planes. So these planes are how things manifest into physicality. Everything starts in the mind, then goes through the astral. Now, the higher, middle, and lower astral are the vibrational states of the thought, because remember that the mental plane is the thought alone. So, for example, I'm going to give you an example now. This is a chair. Think of a chair. Don't imagine the chair, just think of the thought of a chair. So you have the thought of a chair in your mind. Now, imagine that thought. What form does it have? This is the astral plane. This is the imaginational plane. This is where you imagine things. So when you hold something in the screen of your mind, this is astral matter. You're creating out of astral matter. That's what imagination is. Depending on the vibration of that thought that you are manifesting in your imagination, depends whether it goes to the higher, middle, or lower astral. If it's a high vibrational form, high vibrational thought, you create the higher astral plane. This imagination will go into the higher astral. Or if you think of a chair to murder someone on it with spikes and kill someone on it, it will go to the lower astral plane because it's a lower vibrational thought form manifesting. So you got to use these planes to manifest things, to imagine things. You can manipulate the astral plane through astral projection. This is a very, very occult teaching of astral projection, and that's going to be taught later on in another course because that's not for everyone. But you can still access the astral plane through imagination, and that is how you pretty much get there. You use your conscious mind to project yourself, your consciousness, your awareness into the astral plane. So if you manipulate these higher planes of existence, you manipulate these lower planes. As above, so below. You got to look up. But it all starts in the mind. Use your thoughts correctly. Use your thoughts. Use your imagination. Use your energy. And this will all combine to manifest something physical. Okay? So use these planes to manipulate this physical world, because whatever you do in these planes, you manipulate the lower planes. It's like a mirror. So that is the planes of existence. They all exist inside of you. They're outside of you. They're as above, so below, as within, so without. They are everywhere. They are inside of you. They're not separate. They're all aspects of your mind. Lesson 6, maintaining the human electromagnetic field, the human energy field. This is an important one, people. You have to understand how this field works. Without this field, you can't pull things to you, you can't attract things. You know, the weaker your field, the more prone you are to diseases. The weaker the field, the less manifestation, the less power you have over matter. You have to have a strong field. Okay? This field is very important when it comes to manifesting and pulling things to you, attracting people. Because essentially this field is a manifestation of your internal state. So your internal state manifests this external field through your, the things you do on a daily basis contribute to this field and how strong it is. So to keep it strong, you have to realize that it's constantly changing based on your environment, the people around you, electrical devices, thoughts, emotions, and the food within the body. Now, every single cell in your body has its own electromagnetic field, has its own magnetic energy. And this magnetic energy can be weakened or strengthened by the food that you are putting in your body. So therefore, when we eat food that is processed, that is not grown under the sun, made in some sort of lab or manufacturing, wherever, it has no magnetic energy to it. It's vibrating so low that when you consume it, it's going to pull your energy. It's going to lower your frequency, it's going to lower your mood. It's going to just destroy everything about you. You don't want it in your body. You have to eat raw food. As much as you need as much uncooked raw food as possible, because the cooked food is what kills the magnetic energy in it, kills nutrients as well. But it's based off magnetic energy. They never want to tell you this. They want you focused on nutrients, minerals, but they'll never tell you about the magnetic energy, the etheric energy, about the food. Yes, meat might have some, nutritious benefits to the body. Flesh might have that. However, the magnetic energy behind it is negatively charged. Because the magnetic energy never leaves the food. Never. Energy can't be killed, cannot be destroyed. Therefore, the slaughtered animal is running, fear, traumatized, and all this negative energy is stuck within the food, and it's going to lower your vibration and weaken your field. So don't just think about nutrition. Think about magnetic energy. You're an electromagnetic being. So you need to make sure you're eating food that is under the electric sun. When you stand under the sun, you feel that masculine, powerful electrical energy charging you in your body, in your cells. This is why you feel so much better when you're under the sun. It's because it charges you. It charges your body, your cells, your mind, your spirit, everything. It upgrades your DNA. The sun is amazing. You need the food that grows underneath the sun, because the sun crystallizes in the food. When you eat raw fruit that's grown under the sun, you're eating the sun. You're pretty much eating electrical currents. You're putting that into your body, and it's charging your body, charging the cells, because the cells produce electricity. Your body is made of water, which, contributes to moving electricity around your body. So your diet is very important when it comes to maintaining the strength of your electromagnetic field, because the weaker this field, the less impact you have on manifesting over matter and pulling things to you, and magnetically pulling people and, surroundings to you. It's a magnetic field. It pulls things to you. The right people, the right places. So eat fruits and vegetables as much as possible. Grounding, putting your feet in the soil or in the earth. This will charge you. The earth is electromagnetic. This will strengthen the field, strengthen your body, strengthen your cells, put electricity in your body. Everything is just amazing when you ground, especially when you're stood under the sun as well. It's a double whammy. So grounding every day is important to keep the strength of your field up. So if you have a very weak field, you're just gonna, you're gonna attract negative people. You can sense it from a mile off. When you see a negative person, you don't even need to know them. You can just sense that they're very negative, very low vibration. You see it on their face. You feel it in their energy. It's a no-brainer. Energy doesn't lie, and this is because their field is so depleted because of the food, the thoughts, the emotions. They're so unattached from nature, and this is why it's so important to get back in touch with nature, back in touch with your body, and this will strengthen not only your field, but your mind and emotion will be better. So your diet plays a massive role. Grounding, very important. Proper thinking, being present. Your field is made out of your thoughts as well as your emotions. Being present is a very important one, because when you put your mental attention into the future or the past, you're giving energy to it. So when you are in the present, you retain energy. Okay, you don't give energy away by retaining energy, by being in the present. Proper thinking. This is a very important one. So thinking is energy, mental energy. Every thought is either, positively impacting you or negatively impacting you. So every negative thought that you think, you need to think 3 more positive ones to try and counteract and balance this out. And over a long period, over periods of time, this will create you to, think positive. And you need positive thinking. You're just dragging yourself down. You're slowing the process of where you want to go in life just by negative thinking alone. You see, your external world it's not actually external. The world is within you. You're not in the world. The external world is within you. So therefore, your mind is like the controller of your external world, because you are a result of your thoughts. Where you are in your life now, where you are right now listening to this, is an effect and a direct manifestation of all the thoughts that you have thinked in the past. Think about that for a minute. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you have thinked. I bet you've never realized that. Every thought, every decision has contributed to where you are right now. Therefore, you change your thoughts, further down the line, you change your external world, you change your life. You change the way you think, you change the people around you. It's directly correlated. The mind is a reflection of your external world. So every thought has an emotion attached to it, and the emotion is energy in motion. We've gone over this, which contributes to your electromagnetic field. So your positive emotion is going to strengthen your electromagnetic field. And when this field is stronger, the more impact you have on matter, the more abilities you have to pulling people to you and places. Okay, so your heart knows everything. Your heart knows what is good and what is bad. When you go against the inner guide, the heart's voice, you're actually weakening your field. You're weakening your willpower, you're weakening your mind, you're weakening your electromagnetic field just by going against that inner guide. When you know you're doing something bad, you're not only, mentally going to suffer, you're going to suffer energetically and physically. Because what affects your electromagnetic field affects your body. So do not go against that inner guide. The people around you have a massive effect on your field. So when you interact with someone, there's a balancing out of the frequencies. Every frequency does this. It's called binaural beats. Every frequencies do this. When 2 frequencies meet, they harmonize and they balance. So if you're vibrating very high and you meet someone who's vibrating very low, when you meet, your vibrations will balance out. So yours will lower and his will rise to counteract, so to balance out. So that person is essentially taking your energy if they're vibrating lower than you. So it's important that you understand and be mindful of the people who are in your surroundings, because they're either taking your energy or giving energy to you and, you know, contributing towards your life. It's so important that you change the people in your life. If you want to heal your body, stop talking to the people or don't chill with them as much if they just want to go out and eat Burger King every day. You see, it's not only physically are they gonna take that, they're gonna have, because their thoughts are in their electromagnetic field. So when you're around these people, you're gaining their thoughts, you're gaining their emotions, and this is why you feel so influenced. The word flu in influence, because influence is energy, is like a flu. It's sticky. The people around are giving you energy, giving you thoughts, giving you emotions. So it's so important you keep clean-hearted people around you and people who contribute towards your life. If not, cut them out. If they're not contributing towards something in your life and you're not contributing something towards theirs, cut them out. Is it going to help you? No, then remove it. It's so important that you stick to this. So the people around you have an effect on your field. And like we say, the lower the field, the less impact you have on reality. The higher frequency you are, the more wave you are than matter. So I hope you learned a lot from this video. Lesson 13, mirror magic. This is all to do with mirrors and how you should treat mirrors in yourself. See, mirrors not only just reflect your vision and yourself, they reflect what you say, what you speak, and what you feel. They reflect energy. Okay? So it's important that you are saying the correct things and feeling the correct things in front of mirrors, because mirrors reflect back to you everything you say into them. They are a great tool you can use to reprogram your subconscious mind. Now, the good thing with this, you can do this when you brush your teeth. You can do this every time you see yourself in a mirror. You see, what you say into a mirror is also being reflected back to you, which is then reflected back to the mirror and done infinite amount of times. It infinitely reflects what you think and say and feel. So if you say a negative thing into a mirror, or you say, I am ugly, this is just going to constantly reflect back between you and the mirror and quickly and rapidly reprogram your subconscious mind. So it's important that you say the correct things in front of mirrors. Okay? Mirrors are a very powerful tool to change your mind and to manifest things. So if you get yourself hyped up, you think and feel and you say the things, your affirmations into the mirror, this is a very powerful way to become that frequency. Okay, it's all about giving high energy. Work yourself up, you know, give energy to these affirmations that you say, and never entertain any negative thought, any negative emotion into mirrors, because mirrors are what are reflecting back to you. Okay, this is a very, very important lesson, because a lot of people are used to, you know, doubting themselves in the mirrors and stuff like that. So you got to make sure that you say very positive into mirrors and say, think and feel very positive things, and this will reflect back to you in energetic wise, and you're reprogramming your subconscious. Lesson 4, programming the subconscious mind. This is so important, people. You have to reprogram the programs that are in your mind. Everything is true in the subconscious mind. This is why the ancients had the golden rule: treat others like you want to be treated. Because if I go, like I said in the other video, if I go and call you an idiot, I'm calling my subconscious mind an idiot, which will then telling my subconscious that is what I want. So remember, it is impressed by emotion and repetition. These are the two main ways the subconscious mind is